Everybody, I declare the meeting open. I'm Darcy Byrne. I'm the Mayor of the Inner West, and I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and paying my respects to their elders, both past and present. Are there any apologies this evening, councillors? Doesn't look like it. We've got a full house. Notice of webcasting. I'd like to notify all of the citizens who are here tonight to speak as part of the public forum that these proceedings are broadcast live onto YouTube for our millions of fans across the world, and they are recorded there for posterity as a requirement of the Local Government Act. We let you know about that so that you're aware that there are legal ramifications to remarks that you may make in the public domain. Any disclosures of interest tonight, councillors? Councillor Scott, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I will declare that I have an interest in item 9. All of these interests have been provided to the minute takers, so if they could be shown on the screen. Thank you. I have a significant pecuniary interest in item 9, the public domain master plans, as my residence appears in one of the public domain master plan study areas, and I'll exit the chamber. I have a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 17, the Inner West Council Sporting Ground Report program, because I am the president of Sydney Secondary College, and Sydney Secondary College Oval is one of the sporting grounds subject to the plan. It's a shared ground with the council, and I will stay in the chamber and vote on that item. And I have a significant non-pecuniary interest, that should be, a significant non-pecuniary interest in item 42, the Leichhardt tram sheds, because I am president of Sydney Secondary College PNC, which is adjacent to the tram sheds. And any uplift in the use of the tram sheds, having been neglected for 50 years, would be of benefit to the school.
Okay. Scott has declared an interest in items 9, 17 and 42, the details of which have been provided to the minute taker and are provided on the screen. Councillor Howard.
I have a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in item 19, the Local Traffic Committee. I work in the office of the State Member for Summerhill, who has a representative on the Local Traffic Committee. I will remain in the meeting during discussion and voting as the vote of the State Member is exercised through a representative.
Thank you for that. Any further declarations? Yes, Councillor Langford.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I have a non-pecuniary, non-significant interest in item 53, which is natural area restoration opportunity. I live around the corner from the site that's been identified. Thank you.
And what is your reason given for it being non-significant?
I don't see it would add any value to my property. I think, yeah.
Okay, I'll just clarify with the minute takers that as required under the code, that the reason has been recorded. Thank you. Any further declarations? There's no further disclosures. Will someone move that they be accepted? Moved by Councillor Stevens. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Atkins. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. I'll ask everyone to please join me in a moment of quiet contemplation. Thank you. We'll move on to the confirmation of the minutes of the meeting of the 8th of November. Are there any clarifications? Are there any clarifications or corrections to those minutes? If not, Councillor Drury has moved their adoption, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to the public forum, for which we have a very large number of speakers registered tonight. What I'm going to do is just run through each of the items for which we have registered speakers. So the reason we do that at the beginning is if you're here under the impression that you have registered to speak and you don't hear your item read out now, then you need to come and speak to one of the council officers because something's gone wrong with your registration.
Yeah, Mayor, it's Master Shang from Chinese Association contacted your EA this afternoon, confirming my presence. I've been talking with most of the council.
Sorry, sir. I'll just call the meeting to order. I'll just call the meeting to order. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read through the items for which we have registered speakers.
Right?
And then if you believe that you've registered and that item's not read out, then come and let us know then. Could you grab a seat, please? Thank you. So we've got item 6, post-exhibition planning proposal Cypress Club. Item 7, post-exhibition draft development control plan 36 Lonsdale Street and 64 to 70 Brennan Street, Lilyfield. Item 12, tree management development control plan. Item 19.
Yep.
No, you don't need to come forward, sir. Thank you. Is that your item? Excellent. Item 35, sorry, just in case anyone didn't get to hear. Item 19 is the Local Traffic Committee. Item 35, notice of motion gambling harm minimisation. Item 37, notice of motion development of floodplains. Item 38, notice of motion demerger submission. Item 41, notice of motion de-amalgamation risks. Item 42, notice of motion de-amalgamation business case. Item 43, Sydenham Road and Fitzroy Street, Marrickville. Item 48, notice of motion bring Julian home. Item 49, notice of motion Cooks River community call for action. Item 50, notice of motion Greenway funding guarantee. And item 51, notice of motion Livingston Road cycleway. Item 52, notice of motion exclusion from low-rise housing diversity code. Item 53, notice of motion natural area restoration opportunity. And item 54, Cooks River federal election funding. And item 55, Cooks River, notice of motion Cooks River Alliance strategic plan. Is there anyone who believes that they've registered for an item which I haven't read out? Yes, sir.
I've already lodged on paper
Which item
for
do you
the
believe that you've
Chinese-
registered for, sir?
Community Jubilee, the 50th anniversary of China-Australia relationship. Your Prime Minister,
Sorry, sir.
Japanese
I
officer
just
should have
call
already
the
notified you.
meeting to order with great respect. The public forum is for people to speak to items which are listed on the council agenda.
That's why.
Is there an item on the agenda that you
Yes.
believe you've registered for? Which
Yes,
item
we
is it?
Register code, my PA, Mr. Pan Wei-wen, sent everything through.
Sorry, sir.
So I came.
I'll call you to order.
Yep.
I just request respectfully that you let me know which item it is that you believe that you want to
Just
speak
hang on.
to.
Yep. I talked with Denise.
Sorry, sir. Which item do you wish to speak to?
Right. The item is there for
You
the
don't have to know the
Chinese
number,
New Year
just have to know
celebration.
what the issue is.
There's no issue.
So you
We
don't
are
have an item that you
sponsoring-
wish to
No,
speak to?
I say, we're sponsoring the Chinese New Year celebration.
Yeah.
We pay for it.
Sir,
And why I need
I'll ask you
the
to resume your
council's
seat.
approval.
I'll ask you to resume your seat. You're welcome to write to myself or other
No,
councillors
I'm
about
not
that.
writing. I'm leaving. I'll make sure the next meeting when I come back from Canberra,
I'll
I
ask-
have the launch event at Australian Parliament House.
I'll ask you to resume your
I'll
seat.
tell Albanese who you are, and I'll
He's
make sure.
familiar with me already.
Darcy, you never come back to my part of
ask you-
Ashfield and asking for my
Sir,
votes.
with great respect,
This is respect.
it doesn't seem
Chinese
that way.
community 50th anniversary,
Sir.
you are playing the game. I gifted the statue
Okay.
24 years ago.
We're going to adjourn the meeting. We're
And
going to
you-
adjourn the meeting for 2 minutes. Conducting respectful democratic discussion here. as part of the public forum and as part of the debate of the items that are on the business papers. And I will respectfully but insistently require that citizens not interject or disrupt the meeting. So we'll come to the first item for which there are registered speakers. Now, I've got a little bit of a challenge with this item. Got a little bit of a challenge with this item, which is that the Code of Meeting Practice allows for 3 speakers for an item and 3 speakers against. In this case, we've got 4 speakers against the recommendation, 1 in support, and all 4 of those people are in person, so are in attendance. Some people who have registered tonight will be online. So what I'm going to suggest is we hear from Andrew Costa first, who is the one registered speaker in support of the recommendation. And I'm going to ask if Helen Graham, Matthew Daniel, Alex Verinis, and Terence McGee, if you could just collaborate outside in the hallway and work out which 3 of the 4 of you are able to represent your concerns and then come back and let us know, that would be greatly appreciated. That's usually how we try to deal with these matters where there's more.
Mr Mayor, Mr Mayor, if I could just, with your indulgence, I think one of the technical matters is that I'm the planning consultant assisting the club with their application. We have 2 board members that are going to speak. The 3 of us have registered, but because we're slightly opposed to the recommendation of the officers, we've registered to speak against. So there may be some confusion, can I say, for the planning.
No, if I could ask you just to follow my request.
Certainly will, sir, sorry.
Go and check with the people outside, and if it turns out there's 4 completely different things that need to be represented, come back and let me know.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've got Mr Andrew Costa of Stanmore. Andrew, are you here? Now, just before you commence, under the Code of Meeting Practice, everybody's entitled to 3 minutes. We are not in the practice of extending time for speakers in the public forum or for the politicians. And the reason for that is, if you're the first person to speak tonight, I'm sure you're very impassioned and you might think it's a good idea to speak for 5 minutes. But if you're the last person to leave here tonight, you wish that the chair had insisted upon everybody sticking to time. This is the largest number of speakers that we've had on an agenda for any meeting this year. So this public forum will go for a few hours if I'm not professional and deliberate about chairing it appropriately. So I'm going to do that. Mr Costa, over to you. I'll also just let you know that after 2.5 minutes, you'll hear this sound. That's the bell to let you know that it's time to move into your crescendo, and then you'll hear the same bell again after 3 minutes, which is when your time has expired. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. If I can just clarify, I'm actually speaking against the motion as it is in the business paper. So there has been some confusion, but if I can have your indulgence, I'll continue.
Please proceed.
Okay. My name's Andrew Costa. I'm the President of the Cypress Community of New South Wales, located at 5876 Stanmore Road, Stanmore. I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of our members about our club and our proposal for its redevelopment. The Cypress Community Club, as you may be aware, has been a fixture at Stanmore and in the Enmore community for over 30 years, and in fact has been in the city and the inner west for over 90 years. So we believe we are a very well-established fixture of the local community. We were originally established as a welfare and community organisation. We provided services for new settlers to New South Wales. It was a place to meet, help others, preserve culture and language, help people find accommodation, teach English, and help people find employment in their new country. Since moving to Stanmore in 1989, we've become a real integral part of the local neighbourhood. Our membership now is open to everyone, regardless of background, and similarly for our services and our facilities. They are open to all. We are a place for locals, for neighbours and members to meet. We're a place to host family and community functions. We are home to the local Inner West Soccer Club and various youth groups. Many of our activities revolve around things like our weekend Greek school, our cultural performance groups, dance and choir groups. As I mentioned, our Inner West Soccer Club, our weekend bistro featuring live Greek and Cypriot music, and our men's shed cafe, which is dear to my heart because it is a place where my father, who is now 95 years old, looks forward to going every weekend, and where they drink coffee and play backgammon. We also host major annual events such as the Food and Wine Festival, at which some councillors and the Mayor attended a week and a half ago. And in a few weeks we will be hosting our annual Christmas event as well, and there will be others. But the question before us today is, why is this development needed if we are doing all these things? Our parents and grandparents moved to Stanmore because that it was the centre of their community. It was near Newtown, Marrickville, Bexley, Bardwell Park. We could say it was the centre of their community at the time. They saw an opportunity when the old Newtown Lease Club came up for sale, when the Newtown Jets moved to Campbelltown, and they bought the club at a reasonable price, and it has functioned ever since. However, that gives you an indication...
Mr Costa, I asked you to conclude. Your time has expired.
All right. The building is old. We need redevelopment. Without redevelopment, our community will close. We cannot, the bank will not allow us to continue unless we redevelop and refinance our community. And the choice is, we either proceed with the redevelopment
Costa,
for
I'll ask
us,
you to conclude your
or the
remarks.
banks will foreclose on us. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr Costa. So we've actually had, I believe we've got no speakers in support of this recommendation. So we've had one already. So who are the next two who are going to be speaking on behalf of the club? Thanks, sir. Could you just identify yourself?
My name's Terry Beery. I'm the treasurer of the Cypress Club. I'd like to thank the councillors and mayors giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. The Cypress Club has been operating since 1929, and its current location, obviously you know where it is, at Stanmore. We have a community which is a charity, and we're trying to do a lot of community work and embrace our local community as well. First and foremost, we are second generation Australian Cypriots. We are Australian. So we try and work our charity to help others, not just only Cypriots. The redevelopment is to sort to allow the club to continue to do its work. We're a charitable organisation that reinvests our surplus profits to organisational purposes. Without this development, we can't have a club that we're proud of. We are struggling at the moment with finances. I've been meeting with banks the last few weeks, trying to keep them away from the door. But we are struggling. We've had COVID on our doorstep, like most clubs, but with an old club, you can't attract new clients and embrace your own community. The rezoning, I think, is a sensible one. It's not an overdevelopment. We're providing green space, which we're proud of, which is a park. And there's been many reports being put to the council, which is sort of obviously talking about the overshadowing analysis and all the roads and traffic and so forth. But the club will be investing in those roads, the infrastructure, so there'll be a lot of upgrades that will also accommodate the development that's going to progress, if it progresses. But last but not least, I just ask council to think about our charity, and it's not about making money. It's about providing the amenities to be proud of and embrace our local community and our Australians, not only Cypriots. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Dear Mayor and Councillors, my name is Matthew
Just identify
Daniel.
yourself, sir.
My name is Matthew Daniel and I'm from Pacific Planning. We've been retained by the Cypress Community Club to assist them with finalising this planning proposal on behalf of the club. Thank you for the opportunity to make some brief remarks about this proposal, the process to date, council officer's recommendation, and the requirements of the gateway. Even though the council officer report is overwhelmingly positive, officers have recommending refusal and then deferral of this planning proposal and asking the department for more time to resolve issues. However, we see no reason for a delay, which is what I will be covering in my presentation today. We understand the stumbling block that seeks to support a delay is the DCP issue and a voluntary planning agreement. It is our professional view in review of the gateway conditions that the Cypress Club response and the work by council staff has done everything that is required by the gateway issued by the delegate. The outstanding items, which are planning process in nature, can and will be resolved during the next steps in the proposed development application process. The gateway has no requirement for a DCP to be finalised, just a provision that it be provided for one in the LEP. There is no requirement for a planning agreement in the gateway, and there never will. In fact, as clearly outlined in clause 7.71 of the EPA Act, a provision of revival and planning issue requires a VPA prior to a development consent being granted has clearly no legal effect. There is a requirement to respond to the East and West housing strategy and the issue relating to traffic mechanisms for the road's infrastructure. We have done that. It's not to say that these issues aren't important. Both of these issues in relation to the DCP and the VPA have been covered in the most recent offer, and under Part 7 of the EPA Act, Council can rely on that offer and have reliance on it as we progress towards the development application process because it's been made in concert with the planning proposal process. I would like to highlight a few points from the Council report on this matter. The Council report conclusion says in part, it is considered the community and the council officer concerns can be resolved through an adoption of a site-specific DCP in the future. And positively, the LEP provisions in conjunction with the future DCP provisions and a planning agreement have the potential to revitalise this area and contribute towards housing diversity and productivity outcomes in Inner West. Reading those statements from staff, it is apparent that our request to advance the planning proposal to the department at this time for assessment and the advice of council staff in the report is not specifically in conflict. It's just that the council seeks to hold it back while unrelated matters are dealt with. We want to continue working with council on the DCP and the VPA. The point of difference is that council officers seem to hold that back. I do not envy your decision tonight, councillors. On one hand, you have a council report after a 7-year process seeking further delay, and then before you is a project for a long-established institution in your community, a club that has a proud and long history of support services for the migrant population that is part of the fabric of the Inner West. What is real, however, is unless this planning proposal advances now, prior to the gateway determination date, there will be no club in the future. I ask you, councillors, in a closing point, to just consider that point. We want to keep working with you. The club needs this process to move now so we can have the resources to keep working with council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, that's 3 speakers against. Yes. So do you have a new point that you'd like to raise that hasn't been addressed by the 3 speakers against the recommendation?
We're in, I'm explained, we're in support of the recommendation.
Get on there.
Sorry, what's your name, sir?
My name is Terry McGee,
All right, I thought it was
and there are,
there's one more Terry than I realised.
okay. My family
Do
is,
you wish to? I asked everybody to just retire outside previously
Yes.
to work out whether there were different issues that needed to be raised. So you're telling me there's issues that haven't been raised by the 3 previous speakers that you need
Yes.
to raise.
yes,
Okay, I will ask you to stick to that. Please proceed.
proceed. Good. My name is Terry McGee. My family has lived at 6 Harrington Street, Enmore, for over 90 years. I was an alderman on Lismore City Council for 6 years on the Town Planning Committee. The Alma Avenue plan needs to keep the southbound lanes east of the existing trees. And Tupper Street has both exit and entrance from east and west on Stanmore Road. On Tupper Street, the development has a key truck service entry, so the Tupper Street intersection on Stanmore Road needs 2 dedicated southbound lanes for trucks turning from both directions. And where street parking starts, that second lane of trucks and cars coming in,
that second lane needs to continue at least to the truck entry point and a bit beyond. That the second lane needs to continue. On Tupper Street, your own study predicts 142 exits per hour in the PM period. And in fact, these days on the weekend, that's worse. Which equals, 142 equals 2.3 exits per minute, every minute, for that period. Myself and others have monitored that intersection and it can't do it as per the plan. Stanmore Road's too busy. Tupper will quickly back up to a queue of 40 to 50 vehicles over 75% of the full length of Tupper Street unless there are 2 exit lanes at Stanmore Road. So 2 entry, 2 exit lanes, both one dedicated to the left and one to the right, as right turners onto Stanmore Road take 3 times as long to clear. In fact, right turners get frustrated and 2/3 of them end up turning left, but you need to give that second lane dedicated to left turning lane to encourage them and to clear the backlog, which already keeps building up and with the 142 exits per hour will become worse. These according to the actual figures studied. So both points on Alma and Tupper are about the effectiveness of the existing lane on the traffic inflow and outflow.
Thanks very much, Mr McGee. We'll move on to the next item, item 7, for
We've
which there
got
is one.
a second speaker with that, just on that
No, we've had
separate
4
point.
speakers against, which is
No.
one outside of the code of meeting practice.
Mr Mayor,
No, sorry, sir, I'll call the meeting to order.
yes,
So I'll ask you to resume your seat, sir.
I was,
With great respect, this has been quite a disrupted meeting already in comparison to what the code of meeting practice allows for and what we're used to. Can I ask you to resume your seat?
the for and against there is quite confused.
Yeah, I accept that, but I'm not going to ask you to speak for somebody else. Do you have a separate issue that you'd like to raise?
I'd like to talk about the 21 metres
What is your name?
Helen Graham
So you've registered to speak tonight.
to speak, and I think maybe there was some confusion about whether I was for or against, but putting that aside.
Is there anybody else who's in the same category as Helen who believes that there's another issue that they need to raise? Helen, come forward. You'll be the last speaker on this item. Thanks very much for your cooperation.
I'm Helen Graham. I live in my home on 78 Stanmore Road, where I live with my husband and 4 children. The planning proposal has an unreasonable, inequitable impact to the neighbouring owners. Particularly the Site A exhibits excessive height, density, bulk and scale. It provides unreasonable visual impacts and adjacent and more characteristic lower density residential properties. Our home has a 0 building alignment to Alma Avenue boundary, and this is immovable. This constraint is immovable. The limited separation of the proposed built form in my home accentuates the environmental impacts, particularly in relation to the visual and acoustic privacy, loss of outlook and vistas, and loss of sunlight at certain periods of the day. The 4 to 5 storey mixed-use development, apartments, club and commercial premises is proposed for Site A with a maximum building height of 21 metres. This is clearly inconsistent. It's 100% higher than that permitted on the neighbouring land. In this regard, there appears to be no proper justification other than yield as to why the planning proposal and its built form controls for Site A cannot be more consistent with that which is existing to the site's north, northwest and west, or even at least be in accordance with that currently permitted in the 2011 LEP. The combination of excessive building height, envelope and density is likely to result in a future building form that is of a size and scale that is incompatible with the local's desired future character, the locality's desired future character. Maximum planning controls are not a right. Rather, a proponent must adequately demonstrate that a proposal results in a satisfactory or equitable planning outcome. The planning proposal, even as amended, clearly does not. Alma Avenue is effectively a one-way service lane carriageway. A significant intensification of the land use is proposed. The surrounding locality already suffers from traffic gridlock. This is as a result of the development density of the area and the existing land uses. Existing intersections at significant or gateway points underperform, which leads to unacceptable traffic problems and delays at all times of every day. The mixed-use nature of the land use proposed and the surrounding road networks will result in an unacceptable queuing of vehicles, providing a severe pedestrian and motor vehicle conflict. We had significant experience of this during the COVID period where the testing was undertaken in the club car park. Significant upzoning or intensification of the land use is sought. This is, however, at the expense of the neighbouring owners and many others. I urge Council to give consideration to reducing the height of the future building form on Site A. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms Graham. Thank you for being such a great example of what we want the councillors to stick to tonight by finishing right on time. Very much appreciated. Okay, we'll move on to item 7, post-exhibition draft development control plan, and for which there is one speaker, and that is Tony Leong of Sydney. Tony, are you here? Online.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, great. I can begin to start now. Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Tony Leong from A+ Design Group. I'm the new architect for this development, who have been on board for about 2 to 3 months. The current DCP was exhibited over 12 months ago, and our clients have not heard anything further. I represent the owners of this land that is currently going to be adversely affected by the DCP before you. There is a DA in council prepared by other architects relying on the current draft DCP. The council officer feedback of the current proposal is not encouraging. During working with council over the past month, we have to understand that and discover there's a major disconnect between the macro DCP control before you and the micro design response that needed to address the complexity of the site. For instance, interfacing City West Lane, a BC metro stations, and the way the site interfaces single-story low-density residential zone. It's become clear that a sensitive design response is required to handle the environmental issue: noise, passive surveillance, built form, separation, and privacy. An inside-out design strategy must be integrated as part of the examination of the overall appropriateness and effectiveness of the built form. As a result, we have considered current DCP and design opportunity for the site are of the opinion that it would be possible to achieve a much better outcome, while this design goal that council seek to achieve through the LEP control can be re-examined. We believe the current DCP does not properly recognize the site complexity and the development reality. If we make this tonight an approval, this will result in poor built form and lesser than acceptable amenity for future residents. It is important to consider that a DCP and a decision on that you make tonight would guide development that lasts for hundreds of years or more for the site. And we would like council to consider and encourage council to defer the consideration to approve the DCP this evening, so that we can continue to work to council to achieve a sensible built form and control that respect the amenity of the neighbour. We encourage council to simply defer and making of the DCP decision tonight and giving us the opportunity to submit an alternative for council consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leung. The next item for which there is a registered speaker is item 12, and that is Roberto Mayer of Stanmore. Roberto, are you here?
I have registered. I've got a thing saying I've registered and I'm not on the list.
Okay, no problem. Can I ask you just to come and talk to the council officers about it?
Good evening, Mr. Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Mayer. My wife Monica and I are local residents and have enjoyed living in Stanmore for over 27 years. We like living in the inner west, the character of our streets with wonderful period homes and a lot of greenery. We love trees for their beauty and the benefits they bring. However, in our inner west with our small allotments, the trees in our backyards, if left unattended, can become a serious concern. Our terraced house is a heritage listed item, and we're proud of that. We have the responsibility to maintain it as a heritage item, and that is where we need the Inner West Council to help us with simple and fair rules that facilitate the process. The existing 2020 Tree DCP was achieved following extensive community consultation, was a good compromise that allowed all residents to carry out necessary tree works. The original version, in Council's website, did not discriminate between heritage conservation areas and heritage items and other types of residences. However, in the same website, there is a revised version that contradicts the original version. Why? It's confusing. The proposed draft Tree DCP, current proposal, was not properly advertised. Not everybody keeps checking social media to see what the Inner West Council is doing. There was no letterbox drop. Discriminates against heritage conservation areas and heritage items requiring a DA with costly arborist and engineers' reports. In our heritage home, we have a large eucalyptus tree less than 2 meters from our garage walls. The neighbor has another large eucalyptus only 20 centimeters from our garage walls. Both have seriously affected our garage foundations. In the original version of the DCP, we could lodge an application. Now we need a costly DA. How is this helping us? We have a 50-meter boundary with this neighbor. Growing on their property next to our fence, they have camphor laurel, several cocos palms, a liquid amber, many umbrella trees, and some bamboo. They never consulted us about planting these trees. The roots of some of their trees are seriously damaging our courtyard, lifting pavers, becoming a trip hazard, damaging our sewage, and we can clearly see the big roots right next to our terrace walls. With a draft Tree DCP, we would need to obtain neighbors' consent before we trim overhanging branches that cover our backyard. Why? What if the neighbor refuses? And what about the roots that are damaging our heritage-listed house? And what about the lack of sunlight in our courtyard as a result of the neighbor's trees? As we age, it is important that we receive adequate exposure to sunlight. The lack of sunlight also facilitates the growth of mold with detrimental effect on our health. We request that councillors please consider relaunching this review process with broader community consultation. Thank you for the opportunity of addressing you this evening. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Now, and the next speaker we have on this item who registered at 2:07 p.m, so certainly happy to grant that leeway, is Rennie Holmes. Rennie.
Good evening. I agree with everything Robert's just said. I have had two trees come down on my home that has caused huge damage. Neither of the tree was in the zone 2 to 5 metres from the house. Both, if inspected by an arborist, would have been classified as healthy. In fact, an arborist looked at the first tree on the 26th of January 2009 and said that it was fine, it wouldn't come down. And on the 12th of February, 2 weeks later, it came down, and both of them came down in the wind. This is the first tree, caused over $10,000 worth of damage that we had to claim on our insurance, even though it was our neighbour's tree. Somehow missed my car, which was lucky. So that's the first one. The second one was our jacaranda. It came down in the wind again, no rain, and did another $10,000 worth of damage to our property. Neither of these trees, the jacaranda we didn't want to remove, but the other tree we could see was going to cause some damage because the trunk had split. And we've had that. I don't know anybody else here that can say they've had two trees come down on their property in a number of years. Our property isn't a heritage item, but it still has caused damage. My mother lives in a property that is a heritage item. She has trees causing massive damage to her units, and she's not allowed to take the tree out. We will replant. Every tree, big tree on our property, we have planted ourselves. They came, 12 inches high, but we've grown them to full mature height. But they're causing damage. We've had sewer problems. 4 times we've had to have the sewer fixed and dug out and rebuilt. So please think about what damage is being done to property from trees that are just outside that 2 metre boundary, which you've now cut down to 1 metre. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Ms Holmes. The next items for which the item for which we have registered speakers is item 19, Local Traffic Committee meeting. Now, I think in all likelihood, not everybody, well, I know for certain, not everybody on this list is speaking to the same item. So I'm going to ask you to raise your hand if you're here to speak on the item of Wardell Road and the left-hand turn. That's 3 people that I can see. And sorry, I know this is a bit informal, but it might be the most effective way to deal with it. Are you for the recommendation or are you against the recommendation? Raise your hand if you're against the recommendation. Okay, so we've got 5. So I'm just going to ask the 4 of you who are here in person, if you can just jump outside into the corridor for a sec and see whether you can reduce that 4 to 3 and see whether the 3 of you can cover all of the substantive points that you want to raise. And which means I'm going to readjust the order a little bit, and I'm going to move down to Jeff Donnelly of Rozelle, who will be, I know, is speaking to a different item and is in person. Jeff, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you want to come forward and let us know about your views? I'll ask the Deputy Mayor to come up and jump into the chair for a moment, please.
Thank you. I'll be brief. This is in case anyone is going to be opposed to the extension of the recommendations that were put forward in the North Rozelle, coming from the North Rozelle parking study. I have 2 points. I'm very much in favour of the extension of the scheme. We live in a street that is not covered by a parking restriction, whereas everybody else around us is. And I have 2 points, so I'm very keen to see it extended. 2 points is that the first is that there is great, is this all right?
Mr Donnelly, please continue.
I'm sorry, should I continue?
Please continue.
Okay. The first point is that there's overwhelming support, at least in our street, to have that scheme extended. My neighbour, David, and I did an informal survey a couple of weeks ago on the 4th of November. We went to every house in the street asking, do you support the extension of the parking scheme for the street? About half the residents were home. There's about 70 odd houses in the street. 29 people signed our petition, which we took to the parking committee, that strongly supported the extension to include Smith Street at least. But my first point is that there's very strong community support. Everyone that who signed the petition was very anxious that it should get through. And most of those people said that the situation had got significantly worse even in the last year because matters that David will cover in a minute. My second point is one of simple equity, that because we are a street that has no parking restrictions and we're sandwiched between streets that do have parking restrictions, we feel that we are, not to put too fine a point, that discriminated against. We pay the same rates as the people in Ross or in Mansfield streets, which abut us. They get to park, they have reasonable access to parking. because the 2 hour 8 to 6 restriction, whereas we in Smith Street are basically a parking lot for everyone who doesn't. So yes, 2 points, equity. The second point, great community support. So I just encourage you to vote in favour of that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Donnelly. Is there anyone here who is to speak to an item that's not the Wardell Road item in the Traffic Committee report, other than Mr Donnelly who just spoke? So all the other, are you Mr David Keegan? Yes. Yes, and you're not speaking about Wardell Road? No. Great, come on up.
My name is David Keegan, a resident of Smith Street, Rozelle. Thank you for this opportunity. Rozelle North Parking Study confirmed that parking in Smith Street was at 90% or greater occupancy. Since this research, which was completed in 2021, 3 major developments, all within walking distance of Smith Street, have greatly increased the competition for unrestricted parking. The first is Bunnings. 60 staff, 40 on the floor at any one time over 2 shifts. It has only 4 spaces reserved for senior managers. 3 separate conversations with floor staff confirmed they are under orders to find on-street parking in the surrounding area, leaving the limited parking available for customers. They wear a uniform to work. I can assure you they know where Smith Street is. The second is White Bay Beer Co. That is 75 metres away. Open Thursday to Sunday, midday to 10 p.m, with seating for 100. It has 5 parking spaces within the White Bay complex, together with an additional 10 shared spaces available for all customers of all White Bay tenants. There are tow-away warnings all over the place. The third is the Bald Rock Hotel. It is 55 metres away from us. This venue has been extended and now produces between 900 and 1,000 meals weekly. That is a quote from the manager. The hotel has no parking and is surrounded in restricted parking. This forces their employees, 18 of them on a Saturday night at 9 o'clock, to find unrestricted on-street parking to cover the length of their shift. The closest street that allows that is Smith Street. Research proved Smith Street was one of the most congested streets in the area. Unless it's brought into line with the surrounding streets, the great majority of which have enjoyed restricted parking for a considerable time. The next street to us has had 8 till 10, 7 days a week for years. If it's not put right, Smith Street will remain the all-day, long-term parking for the area, together with the added needs of customers and staff of these newly opened venues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Keegan. Now, can I ask, the speakers on the Wardell Road item, have you been able to consolidate down to 3 speakers from 4? Excellent. Well, may I invite then the first one of your nominated speakers to the podium. Adam Lockyer, are you one of the speakers? Great, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Adam Lockyer. I'd like to speak tonight in defence of the Greenway and the no left turn side from Wardell Road onto Riverside Crescent. So more specifically, I'd like to make 2 changes, or urge the council to make 2 changes to the recommendations from the local traffic committee last week. To recommendation number 2, which talks about the concept designs for traffic calming from Riverside onto Tennyson and Bar 4. I'd also like to urge the council that there should also be a concept design for further traffic management to enforce the rules around the no left turn sign from Wardell onto Riverside Crescent. The second suggestion I would put to Council is that at 5A, which talks about deferring the decision about whether or not to remove the no left turn sign from Wardell onto Riverside, that be moved from being deferred to being rejected. The reason why I would suggest that we move from being rejected, from being deferred onto being rejected, is because nothing is going to be gained from deferring the decision. Because the fundamental principles that are heart of this decision will go unchanged whether or not there is traffic calming from Riverside onto Tennyson and traffic calming from Riverside onto Balfour in the future. What's at stake here? Well, at stake here are priorities. All right? Do you prioritise active transport users? So do you prioritise bicycles, pedestrians and children, or do you prioritise private vehicles? Now, the 2020 Inner West Transport Framework says that you prioritise active transport above private vehicles, in which case all we're asking you to do tonight is to walk your talk. Do you prioritise the interests of Inner West residents over those from outside of the LGA? Now, we're not saying that those that live outside the LGA are unimportant. All we're saying is that when you took your oath at the start of this meeting tonight, that you took an oath in the interests of those residents of the Inner West over those that live outside of the LGO. And so all we're asking you to do tonight is to live by that code. So when we're talking about that no left turn sign from Riverside, from Wardell onto Riverside, most of the traffic that's coming over the bridge is coming from outside the LGA. So we're talking about private vehicles, we're talking about residents that reside outside the LGA over the interests of those families that live within the LGA in the lower, the southern Dully area. And finally, we're talking about the defence of the Greenway. So when they framed the Greenway to begin with, those local residential streets that fan out at the base of the Greenway into the Cooks River Cycleway, they feed up and they nurture the Greenway.
Mr. Lockyer, your time's expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay, if I could have the second of the nominated speakers for the group on Wardell Road. I'm not sure which of you have, all right, welcome. Could you introduce yourself and let us know which suburb you're from? Thank you.
Yes, hello, my name's Jimmy Tang. I'm a resident of the area. I'm basically... What suburb are you from? Elwood, thank you. So I fully oppose all the options as indicated by council. I certainly like the council to reconsider removing the no left turn altogether, including the time restrictions. Now, prior to installing the no left turn, further up Wardell Road, Permanent Road, Riverville Road are free-flowing traffic. Now, after the installation of the no left turn sign, not only has this resulted in increased traffic, we all know, during peak hour, but also it affects local schools, buses, public buses. People can't get out of their driveways on those 3 or 4 roads because traffic is just at a standstill. Now, it is great that some people say, hey, let's not worry about other people in other LGAs, but let's look at it from a holistic point of view. It's like a river system. You can't just block the river system, put a dam in downstream and not affect upstream. You're going to cause flooding upstream. So this is the same analogy where you're not letting the natural flow of the river, you're not letting the natural flow of traffic, therefore causing bottlenecks right around the area, particularly during peak hour. Now, some residents might argue that forcing the traffic up to Elwood Street is fine, or now that there hasn't been many cars going through there anyway. Well, the counter argument is that, well, if there isn't that many cars, then you might as well take the no left turn or remove the no left turn altogether. I asked the Inner West Council to review the large number of cars that still turn left regardless of the no left turn, or the cars that actually turn left into the budget petrol station. and then turn into Riverside Crescent. This gives the Inner West Council the real stats of how many road users that do not want that no left turn. And I'm sure that is more than the residents there. This doesn't consider, or this doesn't even factor into those who actually follow the rules and actually go straight towards Elwood Street and turn left. Let me remind everyone that the no left turn did not exist a few years ago. Anyone living in Tennyson or Ness Avenue should have been fully aware of the natural flow of traffic. Some of these residents may argue that they would like to reduce the traffic on Tennyson or Ness Avenue. Well, whatever they're experiencing, those who live further back have already experienced it. Right, coming from Elwood, those that are coming from Bexley, Burwell Park, or even the M5. Really, any complaints from the local residents are people like those who basically moved to Mascot and complain about the flight paths. The airport was already there. The airport was already there before they moved to Mascot, and likewise, traffic was already free-flowing on Wardell Road.
Mr. Tang, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now the final and third speaker from the Wardell Road Group, please.
Sorry, can I just say I haven't had an opportunity to be...
Yes, sorry, the final and third speaker from the in-person Wardell Road Group, Mr. Tweed, I have not forgotten you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's either Ms. Whitmarsh or Ms. Cochrane, or neither of you if you feel the items have been covered. Thank you so much.
Tell me when.
We're in your hands. You start speaking, we'll start timing.
Okay. Option 1 of the Traffic Committee would have the heaviest impact on residents of our streets, not out of area peak hour motorists. That's why local residents wanted option 3, so our streets were not turned into rat runs. 84 residents and users of the Tennyson Street playground signed a petition to maintain the no left turn sign. Option 3 also accords with the priorities of the 2020 Inner West Transport Framework to put people and active transport first. Clearly, the COVID pandemic has had a severe impact on traffic for various reasons. Therefore, traffic data has been inconsistent and not statistically representative of an average situation. Over the past 2 weeks, from 7:15am to 9am, we collected traffic data, illegal left turns and legal left turns from Wardell Road into Ewart Street. We also monitored the northern approach to this intersection. We observed traffic flowed constantly with no congestion, and this was supported by photographs taken every 15 minutes of the northerly approach to Ewart Street. The majority of motorists, averaged at almost 80%, complied with the no left turn sign. Notably, the data showed 27% of vehicles turned left into Tennyson Street after making the illegal left turn. Buses had many passengers, unlike in 2021 when they were almost empty, and no vehicles over 6 metres made illegal left turns. In 2018, pre-pandemic, the Jacobs Group modelling indicated that the no left turn would make only a minor difference in Wardell Road and Ewart Street intersection performance, and it wouldn't result from additional traffic volumes. The 2018 Greenway Master Plan also recommended upgrading this intersection, and the Inner West Transport Framework also supports this as part of revitalising key roads. An upgrade to the key main roads of the Wardell Road, Ewart Street intersection should be a key strategic future plan and include the signal system, clearways and dedicated left and right turns. Council should not defer creating 20 metres or more of no standing on the northern approach to traffic lights in morning peak hour. This should be implemented now to facilitate traffic turning left. Compounding this issue is the fact that compliance with the no left turn has not been monitored and followed up. There's been no accountability and therefore no public message of compliance established. The vast majority of motorists have complied with the no left turn. So why is Council promoting option 1 for the minority of non-compliant motorists? Relocating signage simply moves the problem of non-compliance further down the road to significantly impact residential streets and create rat runs and pass a playground.
Thank you, madam. Your time's expired, so please conclude your sentence.
Weak compliance management relying on statistically invalid data collection during the COVID pandemic and lack of long-term planning results in a recommendation to just move the problem down along a residential road.
Thank you.
There are more photos as well.
Thank you. We have those tabled. Thank you. I will invite the final speaker on the Traffic Committee, James Tweed, who I believe is online. Welcome, Mr. Tweed.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
We can, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, councillors. Fascinating to hear those other points of view. This has been an ongoing saga for nearly 2 years now, this no left turn sign. I'm responsible for a petition of over 400 people that use Wardell. We're just on the other side of the river in the Canterbury Bankstown Council, as Mr. Lockyer pointed out, but we are literally a stone's throw away. We'd love to be a part of the Inner West Council, but we're just on the edge of Canterbury Bankstown. So this sign popped up very suddenly. No consultation with residents in Elwood. We were all taken surprise. We were all turning left by accident because there was no warning. The 2018 report that the speaker just now referred to failed to identify the problems along Wardell Road. It talked only about the traffic lights at Ewart Street, and it didn't look over its shoulder to see what was happening behind with the 2-kilometre tailback of cars trying to proceed up Wardell Road. It failed to point out the tailback, and it was very obvious that the no left turn sign would exacerbate an existing traffic issue. So for nearly 2 years, this no left turn sign, this tiny little sign, has been creating major traffic delays to over 1,000 motorists using Wardell Road every morning, adding at least 10 to 15 minutes to their trip times, taking 10 to 15 minutes to travel 1 kilometre up Wardell Road. This is on the other side of the border. Perhaps the other people cannot see what's happening in the lead up to Riverside Crescent. The 412 bus goes along Wardell Road and it gets significantly delayed every morning. I submitted a petition to council earlier this year with over 400 signatures of people who wanted the no left turn sign removed. The petition is not mentioned in the latest local traffic committee report, but as a result of it, the council decided to carry out a second public consultation in August this year. The results of the consultation were made available last month. They show very clearly that option 1, to amend the sign, had most support, and that option 3, to leave the sign as is, had least support. Nearly 80% of those who provided feedback to council supported an amendment to the no left turn sign to allow vehicles under 6 metres to turn left into Riverside Crescent to relieve the stress once again on Wardell Road. Yet for some reason the committee recommends deferring the amendment to the sign. This defies logic. There was a clear winner. What was the point of community consultation if the council chooses to ignore the feedback and go against the majority? The council is encouraged to adopt all of the officers' recommendations without further delay, including parts 1, 2, 3 and 5. The no left turn sign has caused enough problems and must be amended. Option 1 was a clear winner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tweed. Okay. The next item for which we have registered speakers is item 35, Notice of Motion Gambling Harm Minimisation. Leslie Banton, if you are here, please step forward. Leslie Banton is online. Can we get Leslie Banton online, please?
Yes, I'm just coming up now. Sorry, my camera's not working now, but...
It's all right. You can stay camera off. We can hear you.
Yeah. My name's Les Banton. I work for Exodus Foundation for Reverend Bill Cruz. And we see the destruction caused by gambling on a daily basis. And we're in favour of the motion being put forward by various political parties. The Greens have put it forward. I think Labor's in favour of it as well. And I think it's got to the stage where people in New South Wales have to do something about gambling. We can't just keep financing our roads and everything else at the destruction of families. I think the last time I spoke before council, I went down to the taxi rank, and the taxi that I got to take me home, the taxi driver said, what was I doing? And I told him that we'd been talking about gambling at the local council, and he said that he needed the Exodus Foundation because when he shifts finished of the night, he'd end up on poker machines. With the way the FPOS is paid directly to drivers' bank accounts now, he was then gambling because he was couldn't go to sleep. It was 1, 2 in the morning. The only place to go was the local pub, play the poker machines. And then he'd end up putting his wages through. He ended up becoming homeless and relied on us to feed him for about 6 months till he got his act back together and then got back on his feet. And that's the real cost of gambling that we don't see. And that's why we felt Bill would wanted to speak tonight as well, but he'd already had a prior engagement. But we feel very strongly about it, that people need to do something about the increased gambling that's going on, the destruction that comes from it. We don't get government money to feed people as a result of gambling initiatives. We're feeding between 1,000 and 1,500 people every day around Sydney, and that figure is increasing. And now with rents going up as well, the welfare ticket is getting bigger and bigger. And I hope council puts all their effort behind it and pushes state government to really start to do something about the impact of gambling, and not just offering counsellors after you've gone broke. We've got to see the availability of gambling reduced. The tax card's a good idea, so that people have to think twice before they go out with the amount of money they're prepared to lose, rather than the fantasy that they're going to win. And with that, I wish you all well and hope you have a good Christmas, safe and well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benton. Julian Charters of Lewisham.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor and Councillors. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name's Julian Charters. I'm a lawyer. I live in Lewisham with my young family. I volunteer at the Redfern Legal Centre and specifically work in the financial abuse legal service, have done for many years. The client's intake covers all of Sydney, including the Inner West, and wider South Wales. In the service, much like the previous speaker, I see firsthand the impact of gambling on people's lives. A significant number of the women that we see in the service suffer abuse at the hands of problem gamblers. Research has consistently found a strong link between problem gambling and intimate partner violence. These women are treated as personal ATMs by their abusive partners, and when the money dries up and the family's finances are ruined, the partners take out their shame in a physical way. All are victims in that scenario, and it's something that's happening across all communities in New South Wales, but particularly here in the West. We, as a community, need to do more to protect our friends and family from the harm that these poker machines inflict. Here in the Inner West, we are proudly the undisputable home of live music in Sydney, home to the Whitmans, who encouraged us all to blow up the pokies. We value things like culture and arts and music, good food. Our neighbourhoods are convivial and social, vibrant places. We're home to some of the most famous pokey-free venues in New South Wales, like Petersham Bolo. Personally, I found it incredibly sad to see at the end of COVID lockdowns, after months of not being able to visit families, not being able to visit friends, not being able to sit in a restaurant or go to a pub and see a band, that one of the very first venues to open up in the Inner West was the Gaming Room of West Ashfield, which opened at 12:01 a.m. on a Monday morning to allow people to play the slots until the wee hours, until 6 a.m. in the morning. I would ask councillors to consider what type of gambler plays the pokies between 12 and 6 a.m. on a Monday morning. These are clearly people with addiction. I would also ask council to consider which of these images best reflects the Inner West community. Is it these so-called VIP rooms for people suffering addiction, or is it community-oriented that support live music, like the Petersham Bolo? We have a responsibility to look after our friends and families that are harmed by gambling and to promote use of space and place and venues that are better aligned to our community and values. We deserve to have more say, and our council deserves to have more say over the number and location of pokies in the Inner West. And council should be using its position to put pressure on the government. Accordingly, I would ask all councillors to support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Charters. The next item for which we have registered speakers is item 37, Notice of Motion Development on Floodplains. Andrew Chalk of Ashfield.
Deputy Mayor, councillors, I'd like to acknowledge the Wongal people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet. After what we've witnessed over the last 2 years, it would seem self-evident that putting more development in the direct path of potential floods is not a good idea. The former Ashfield Council was a local government leader in mapping flood risks. So too was Marrickville Council. This council also has made the adaptation to climate change its #1 planning priority in its local strategic planning statement. The LSPS rates establishing planning controls to appropriately manage the risks and impacts of all urban and natural hazards affecting the Inner West amongst its highest priorities. Last month, the international journal Science published an article by a group of Australian climate scientists on short-duration deluges, gully rakers. They focused on Sydney over the last 2 decades and found that storm intensity was increasing at a rate of around 20% per decade, much faster than previously assumed. The study also said there is very low confidence about changes in short-duration extreme precipitation, which is often responsible for destructive natural hazards like flash floods, landslides, and debris flows in both urban and rural areas. Improved knowledge of changes in heavy, short-duration rainfall is vital for effective climate adaptation and to reduce vulnerability of cities. There now appears to be common agreement at all levels of government that it is no longer acceptable, if it ever was, to plan for increased development in flood zones. Prime Minister Albanese said in October, we need to stop development in floodplains for a start. In some places, it is still continuing, and we need all state and territory governments, as part of this exercise when the National Cabinet next meets, we'll be discussing how we make sure that we just get better planning. It's much better to get ahead of a problem than to wait for the disaster to hit. Similarly, Opposition Leader Chris Minns said 2 weeks ago, with more frequent and increasingly severe flood events, it simply makes no sense to continue to repeat the same mistakes of development in flood-prone areas. Labor will adopt a proactive approach in planning and mitigating against the impact of floods by drafting new rules and streamlining planning processes. When it comes to the Inner West, in the very first major review of the LEP after adopting the strategic plan and the housing strategy, both of which advocate against increasing development in flood-affected areas, what does this council propose to do? It's prepared a study which proposes rezonings in Ashfield to facilitate nearly 400 new dwellings in 15 new buildings. Of those new dwellings, 48% are in flood-mapped areas, and all but one building is shown as being flood-affected on Council's earlier 2014 flood study.
Mr. Chalk, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item for which there are registered speakers is Notice of Motion, Demerger Submission, Must Reflect Vote of the Inner West Community. Michelle Hacking of Rozelle. Ms. Hacking, are you online? All right, feel free to unmute and begin. There we go.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's decision on this motion is really important to the community. The discussion will show whether councillors ignore what a 62.5% vote to demerge means, or continue with the deceptive practices that have characterised the issue so far. Residents in every ward voted to demerge. Loss of representation is still a key principle in this issue. People seek a return to the previous 3 original council areas. Councillors who do not support this item in the motion are clearly showing that they do not genuinely endorse community will. So how did we get here? Labor councillors argue that not amalgamating would be a financial risk for the community. There was a we prefer not to, but Labor voted with Liberal councillors to impose a failed and unreasonable policy. In adjacent areas where councillors stood with their communities, forced mergers were successfully opposed. None of the perils eventuated. We lost representation and local expertise shown by staff and volunteers, but did not gain any of the proposed benefits. So here we are again. The same scenario is in front of us tonight. Support for this motion will reintroduce the respectful partnership which should exist between councillors and their residents when it comes to implementing policy. The clear Electoral Commission vote and even the limited push poll phone survey weighted against demerging showed most responders wanted to demerge. Councillors have so much evidence to act on and need to step up now. Point 2 recognises legislation. The government is committed to funding the demerger process. Why is the Mayor continuing to raise this matter as an issue? It isn't relevant to the debate, but implies opposition to community determination to achieve de-amalgamation. All councillors have the opportunity to embrace this point and show unity of opinion with their electors and have their support on record. Even the government has had to face the fact that council mergers is a failed experiment. Our council is no exception. We are not enjoying the forecast benefits of amalgamation. Unfortunately, the draft case does not fully and expertly argue for demerging. No experts in local government have been involved in preparing the submission. That is just one step that our community appropriately expects, particularly when there are successful business cases available like Gundagai experience. The document that has been prepared does not sincerely argue for demerging and needs to be withdrawn. This motion presents the community's wishes. We hope that our councillors will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Hacking. The next item for which we have a registered speaker is item 41, notice of motion, de-amalgamation risks. Brian Holstead of the Spit Junction. Mr Holstead, are you available?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Having been the member of a number of audit and risk committees for local government and corporations, I oppose the Ernst & Young Risk Summary Report being included in the de-amalgamation business proposal. The purpose of doing a risk assessment is to enable plans to mitigate against those risks being prepared. The admitted complete failure of the Council to apply resources in the de-amalgamation proposal for a transition plan to mitigate the risks is an insult to the community who voted 62.5% for the Council to de-amalgamate. It's an insult to the Boundaries Commission to expect them to inquire into and support a de-amalgamation proposal when the risks have been identified but no plan to mitigate them made. The Council, in supporting this motion, shows it's not serious about de-amalgamation, just going through the motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Holstead. The next item for which we have registered speakers is item 42, notice of motion, de-amalgamation business case. Michelle Hacking of Rozelle, welcome back.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You obviously know where I'm coming from. Weak words and double meaning are betraying the community will. Claiming to implement the community vote of 62.5% is misleading and insincere. At every point over months regarding this issue, opposition has been provided by the majority group in council. Secrecy regarding guidelines and obstruction of motions aimed at pursuing an acceptable business case, of even gaining information, have been an integral part of council meetings since last year. The community wants to demerge and deserves a business case worthy of that desire. However, the case devised for submission is not suitable. There is detail, but it's not targeted to the areas required for success. It's akin to a Clayton's case. We have a submission, but it's not fit for purpose. It has no hope of being accepted, but the claim will be that a case was prepared and submitted. We've been there before. Recognise this tactic and will remember another betrayal. Your community can see the difference between a genuine effort and the double meaning in this exercise. The community desperately asks for a substantial, well-considered business case to be submitted. Input by local government experts to assist with a successful document is not too much to request, especially when the details of the brief that is being presented have been shrouded in secrecy. Why were the guidelines for Morrison Low confidential? Why did the Mayor and General Manager fail to share such critical information with councillors and the people they represent? Tonight, information from Ernst & Young regarding risks is being tabled, but it should have been shared with sufficient time to assess the implications. It wasn't. Why? A brief perusal of the Ernst & Young website does not suggest familiarity with local government issues. In fact, there is not one heading that links to the task they were given. Local government experts could also advise on aspects of successful applications that have been approved. They have not been involved. Why is that? If this submission is sound, it would stand up to public scrutiny. I suggest that it isn't sound. In fact, it fulfills the double meaning and weak words we've experienced since amalgamation. The document proposed for submission is a lengthy exercise in fulfilling a requirement without any intention of gaining the community's desired outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Hacking. And welcome back, Mr Brian Holstead of Spit Junction, to speak on the same item.
Thank you very much. The de-amalgamation proposal as presented is so poor it should not be submitted to the Minister for Boundaries Commission inquiry, as it is flawed, confused and incomplete. It has little chance of success and is an insult to the 62.5% of the community who voted to be de-amalgamated. Having reviewed all the de-amalgamation proposals made in New South Wales, I could talk for hours on problems with this proposal. However, I'll only outline a few of the key issues. It is flawed as the Morrison Low analysis is not a de-amalgamation proposal, but a comparison of the Inner West today with the three old councils if they had continued to operate based on 2016 structures. This may be what was requested of Morrison Low, but as the terms of reference have been kept secret and not released to the community, who would know? The community surveys were flawed as the flyer, online and telephone information for the survey did not disclose to the participants that the state government would be paying the one-off costs of the de-amalgamation. This cost came out as a major issue against de-amalgamation in the survey results. The community engagement was flawed as the online forum did not allow some participants to ask questions. The ability to make submissions was only organised late in the process, and the inclusion of all the comments from surveys and submissions in hundreds of pages in this proposal without any analysis is an insult to the community in the Boundaries Commission. The proposal is confused as the Morrison Low report talks of 2 options while the survey talks of 3 options. The analysis survey gives equal weight to a statistically valid survey and the one that was, by their own admission, was not. It is confused talking of surveys in 2021 and surveying priorities for expenditure which are not relevant when the community has already voted to demerge and the government will pay the one-off costs. The proposal is incomplete as it does not contain a transition plan that takes the organisations from where it is today to 3 new councils, shows how the risks identified in the risk assessment plan are mitigated, and does not put forward a methodology to continue governance without the appointment of administrator. The Boundaries Commission is highly likely to support or recommend a proposal, is unlikely to support and recommend a proposal to the Minister without a transition plan, and for the Council to state that the transition plan will only be done after approval of demerger is nonsense. The quality and the lack of resources applied to this plan is an insult to 60% who voted to deamalgamation and expected the Council to respect their wishes. It reminds me...
Thank you, Mr Holstead. Your time has expired. Okay. Thank you. We're going to move to the next speaker. The next speaker is Pip Hinman of Newtown. Welcome, Pip Hinman.
Good evening, councillors and council staff. My name is Pip Hinman. I'm speaking from the unceded land of the Gadigal Wangal people in Newtown. I'm speaking in support of item 38 and against item 42. I'd urge you not to submit this deficient business case. It does need to be redrafted. Many remember going along to the ticker box consultation in 2016 in the Inner West. The overwhelming sentiment of those fake meetings towards the forced amalgamation was no, don't do it, it won't work. But we still remember the cavalier way in which the New South Wales coalition government under Mike Baird went ahead anyway with this undemocratic neoliberal Fit for Future policy. Well, the Fit for Future has now come unstuck. It really was code at the time for the New South Wales government to allow its developer mates to exploit the opportunity as checks and balances were removed from local government planning bodies. The Liberal National Forest Council merger policy was an example of greed winning over local communities and for the Inner West over many thriving local residents groups as well. This is the only explanation I can think of for the across-the-board support for de-amalgamation expressed in that 62.5% vote a year ago. Residents for de-amalgamation, which I'm a part, is just a group of time-poor volunteers who rely on donations of both time and money to campaign. In fact, Victor Hoisington, for whom you have a condolence motion listed tonight, is very committed to the demerger pot and was one of those people. It is incredible to me that Labor councillors want to give the New South Wales government this deficient business case, they say, out of an abundance of respect for the result of the poll. Surely real respect for the 62.5% yes vote would entail going back to the drawing board and consulting residents and local government experts. We don't want you to hand over a deficient business case that doesn't show a real plan for how to devolve from where council is at now to 3 new smaller councils. We can do better. Why risk doing that to a hostile state government unless you want it to fail? Significant majority of the community don't want it to fail. So I'm asking you, councillors, please support local democracy, support item 38 and oppose item 40.
Thank you very much, Pip. The next item for which we have a registered speaker is item 43, Notice of Motion, Sydenham Road and Fitzroy Street, Marrickville, of which we have Mick Roche of Chifley. Welcome, Mr. Roche.
Firstly, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address you in my position as Secretary-Manager of the Marrickville Bowling Club in relation to the club's concerns about the need for traffic lights to be installed at the intersection of Sydenham Road and Fitzroy Street. Over the past year and a half, we've noticed an increase in traffic travelling from various parts of the Inner West along Fitzroy Street down to Sydenham Road to eventually cross over Sydenham Station and access Princes Highway. As you may be aware, Fitzroy Street is one of only a few streets in the area wide enough to accommodate large semi-trailers travelling between the largely industrial businesses on Fitzroy Street and neighbouring cul-de-sacs and other commercial businesses in the Marrickville Metro to the Princes Highway and beyond. The larger trucks cannot access Princes Highway via Bedouin Road as the intersection at Edinburgh Road is too tight to accommodate such large vehicles. Added to this increase in traffic over the past months are the trucks associated with the Toga development at Wicks Place between Faversham Street and Victoria Street. These trucks include 5-tonne Pantex, cement trucks and even more semi-trailers, plus the tradie vehicles. From talking to people associated with the development, most of these trucks will be around for the next 18 months or more, at which time they will then be replaced by motor vehicles owned by the new residents and retail outlets within the development. What does this mean to pedestrians trying to safely cross the Fitzroy Street, Sydenham Road intersection? From what I and other members of the community have witnessed over the past 6 months, it's a major accident waiting to happen involving pedestrians. The drivers are becoming frustrated at the time it takes to access the intersection, causing some to take rash action, which has put 3 lives at risk from what I have seen personally. Unfortunately, the queue of vehicles on Fitzroy Street can stretch back 400 metres to Sawwell Street during peak hours between 3 till 5 p.m. As such, it's reached a situation where, out of frustration, drivers are pulled out of these queues and driven down side streets to access Sydenham Road, thereby increasing the traffic to Sydenham Road, resulting in less chance to access Sydenham Road from Fitzroy Street. Additionally, due to the high frequency of semi-trailers and other large vehicles associated within the industrial area, pedestrians using the zebra crossing are often forced to walk around large vehicles that have stopped over the crossing to adequately see Sydenham Road, obstructing the pedestrian view of any potential hazards or vehicles turning onto Fitzroy Street from Sydenham Road. The club's belief is that this can all be resolved by installing traffic lights to the intersection of Sydenham Road and Fitzroy Street, possibly including Sydney Street. That way all drivers know that they will get the fair access to the intersection, thereby reducing the need for rash behaviour and grant pedestrians safe thoroughfare. While pedestrians will be required to wait an extra few seconds, I imagine most will consider it quite trivial compared to the alternative, their life. Once again, thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to express the club's concerns on this issue. Perfect.
Thank you. Yes, well timed. Okay, the next item for which we have a registered speaker is item 48, notice of motion, bring Julian home, drop the charges. Nick Dean of Marrickville, you are online, I believe. Welcome, Mr. Dean. Mr. Dean, are you able to unmute? Mr. Dean, can you wave if you're online? Mr. Dean is not online. We'll move on. The next speaker is Joyce Cantazariti of Waterloo in person. Welcome, Joyce.
Hello to you all. My name is Joyce. I have been following closely and speaking up for Julian Assange for 10 years. Julian Assange has won more than 27 journalist awards, including the Walkley Award for Outstanding Contribution to Journalism. The Australian government should and must show integrity and courage and decency and tell the USA and the UK government to put a stop to this cruel, sadistic persecution of Julian Assange. Nils Melzer, the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, has stated that Julian Assange has suffered prolonged exposure to psychological torture. Australian Doctors for Assange have warned he could die in jail in coming months with life-threatening cardiovascular and stress. Last year, Julian suffered a stroke. This is not about Julian Assange. It's about being informed. It's about our rights to know what our governments are doing behind closed doors. It's about treating journalists like criminals when they expose corruption. The persecution of Julian Assange is a mockery of justice. USA's prosecutors USA's prosecutor's main witness, a pedophile and a criminal, Sigurdur Thordarson, lied about Julian Assange in exchange for American immunity. At one court session, Julian, in a bulletproof glass box at the back of the room, could not hear what was being said. A small slit at the bottom of the glass cage he used to pass messages to his lawyers. Julian, his lawyers, his visitors were all spied on and videotaped. Even in the toilets, conversations between Julian and his lawyers, also spied on in the Ecuadorian embassy. The urgency and need to secure the release of acclaimed journalist Julian Assange from a high-security prison for a terrorist is a pressing concern for many in the world. Julian Assange is my fellow Australian. Julian has always shown and defended victims of torture and corruption, those without a voice. What happened? He ended up himself a victim.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I'll just note that we have 4 registered speakers for this item, and there are only 3 allowed per the Code of Meeting Conduct. Now, I am happy to go to one of the online speakers. However, I would ask the remaining speakers to listen carefully to your fellow speakers in favour of this motion, and only only volunteer to speak further if you have new points to raise. Thank you. So I will go to Nick Dean of Marrickville, who is online. I think we have confirmed Mr. Dean is online. Thank you.
Yes. I am here. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. My name is Nick Dean. I'm the convener of the Marrickville Peace Group, and the Peace Group has been in existence since 2002, before the invasion of Iraq. Now, come 2010, it was very clear when we saw the video clip that Julian Assange produced called Collateral Murder. It was very clear that everything we'd been saying about the misconduct of the war against Iraq was absolutely true. So the point I want to make is that what the service that Mr. Assange provided was giving us a true picture of what was going on. He told us the truth. Very soon after the release of Collateral Murder, the legal persecution of Mr. Assange began, and I've been following it ever since. I've got nothing to add to what the previous speaker said about the injustice that's been done, the mockery of justice that's going on at the moment. And I'm just appalled. I'm absolutely appalled that in this day and age, when we believe in freedoms, we believe in freedom of the press, we think it's important, even the President of the United States will talk about the importance of the freedom of the press. And here we have an example of someone using press freedom being persecuted and punished through legal process. It's very much like the sort of thing that used to go on in the Middle Ages. It's medieval in style, and it's like a slow-motion crucifixion. I can't believe that I'm witnessing it. That's really all I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. The next speaker is James McGloin of Redfern. One moment, Mr. McGloin, we're unmuting you. Can you unmute Mr. McGloin? Mr. McGloin, can you unmute yourself, please? Thank you.
I'm on. Okay.
You're good.
Yes, well, to add further to what's already been said, I'm have a long friendship with the Assange family, with the father. 50 years I've known them. I've met Julian many times. And Julian is an unusual person. And perhaps that's his downfall. He was, if he had a way of presenting himself, rather than the truth, then he'd probably be free now. The problem with Assange is that he knew what was going to happen to him. He knew the Americans were going to persecute him for telling the world what they had done. He knew that all the time. But what he didn't expect the people, the press who had published the work that he exposed. And that's all he did. He exposed it. He never published a thing. He never put it on television. He never put it in radios. He never put it. It was the big newspapers, the money makers, the corporations who did that. And he knew all the time they would come after him, and that's why he went to the embassy. But what he didn't expect was that the Australian people would desert. He always thought that the Australian people would come to his aid. He always thought that we were somehow, more magnificent than we are. Perhaps if COVID hadn't come along, perhaps if the fires hadn't come along, perhaps if the floods hadn't come along, perhaps if the standard of living that has dropped hadn't come along, we'd have more time for Julian. But the problem is Julian is alone, he's suffering greatly, his family's suffering, and people all around the world are suffering. Now you may ask yourselves, what's this to do with the council? Well, what's it got to do with the Mexican president who daily speaks of Assange? What's it got to do with the newly inaugurated Brazilian president who daily speaks of Assange? And yet, in Australia, we speak nothing of Assange. Having said that, I've stood outside Albo's office in Marrickville, and I'm really, really enthralled with the response that we get from the people of Marrickville. I don't know what it is about. I don't know what it is, about the people there. But 1 and 2 cars toot their horn. Everyone comes up and speaks. The people are wonderful. Try that in the centre of the city, you maybe get 1 in 10. Try it in North Sydney, 1 in 20. In Marrickville, it's 1 in 2. So you're in the heart of something there. I don't know what it is. I'm in Redfern. I'm a wee bit out of it. But let me say that people of Marrickville are concerned about Assange.
Thank you, Mr. McGloin. Your time has expired.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now, the next registered speaker we have is Karen Hemming of St Peters. Ms. Hemming, are you here and do you have new points to make? A new angle on this motion? Yes. Okay, Ms. Hemming, you are here in person. Welcome. You have new points to make additional to the 3 we've already heard?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Karen Hemming from Hutchinson Street in St Peters in the Inner West. Julian was awarded the Sydney Peace Medal for the same work that he's in prison for. In 2010, he worked with the New York Times, Der Spiegel and The Guardian that was dubbed The Bunker. Mark Davis, a lawyer and former journalist for the ABC and SBS, was with Julian throughout the process. He has stated that any accounts that Julian had a cavalier attitude towards human life is a lie. He said Julian Assange redacted names to protect the innocent. Later, David Lee from The Guardian published The Password, which revealed the unredacted names in a book. The United States must respect the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 19. It states, everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive and impart information and ideas through any media, regardless of frontiers. When Julian was incarcerated, he was told he was HIV positive. He'd been given a false result. During the cold winter of 2020, Julian was not given his winter clothing. He was unable to speak to his lawyers. He requested a computer to help him prepare his case. This was given to him with the keys glued down. He suffered a mini stroke. The treatment he's received in the UK is harsh, but a former US prison warden at the prison he will go to said that that would be a fate worse than death. We've spoken about how the US spied on him and there was a plan to kidnap and murder him. I'm asking, can we expect him to receive a fair trial? Will it be a lynched law in a kangaroo court? Julian has been described as a gentle intellectual. His work is vital and in the public interest. His life is valuable. It's worth saving. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Hemming. Thank you for your words. The next item for which we have registered speakers is item 49, Notice of Motion, Cooks River Community Call for Action. Simon Wilkes of Dulwich Hill, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, this evening. My name is Simon Wilkes of the River Canoe Club in Marrickville and co-chair of the Community Collective for the Cooks River. I'd ultimately like to speak in favour of the recommendation that's been presented before you. We have an amazing opportunity over this next 12 months to see some real action with the Cooks River. Quite a number of community groups have been coming together, working with the Alliance Secretariat, Sydney Water and the various councils for a common goal, that being a brighter future for the Cooks River. What we ask is ultimately that rather than passing on responsibility to others, we actually see what is possible. Working together and backing and empowering the community is actually part of the Alliance's strategic plan. That's a matter that's also on the agenda tonight. It's actually complementing the great work that is underway. There are a range of actions that are set out in the Community Call for Action. One of those is actually setting water quality targets. It's 2022. We don't have water quality targets for this river. Commitments to litter reduction. Again, working through infrastructure upgrades, working with Sydney Water, again as well, seeing what is possible, seeing what we can do in terms of recreation facilities, see if we can bring this river to life with great things like the paddle trail, working on things in terms of the bank naturalisation. There's a long history there. What progress can we make? Seeing whether or not we can actually ultimately achieve regular on-water cleaning services. Other parts of Sydney have those such services. Why do we not here as well? Looking at the governance arrangements, there are great opportunities for state, local, federal to work with the community. What can we learn from other models around that? So it has had a history, I guess, of being one of the most neglected waterways in the country. But let's see what's possible over the next 12 months. And on that basis, I speak in favour of the recommendation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr Wilkes. The next speaker is Brian Keogh of Earlwood. Mr Keogh, welcome.
Deputy Mayor, councillors, thanks again for listening to a person from Earlwood. I must say that I did live originally in Marrickville, so I am an inner west person, and for 24 years I've lived next to the Cooks River and I look out over the inner west. When we moved into our house on the Cooks River, it was under a notice of acquisition. They were going to build a road, a feeder road there to the M5. The community banded together and we got rid of that approach. For the first 15 years, we noticed that the river was slightly polluted, probably the most polluted river, well, it is the most polluted river in Australia, and we spent the first 15 years pulling trolleys out of the river. Meanwhile, I was carrying on with my work, and my work involved setting up a monitoring and evaluation system for the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, evaluating every river across New South Wales and most rivers in Victoria, and conducting the last 2 audits on the Sydney drinking water catchment. I continued to work with water issues on local governments throughout New South Wales. And what I see is massive amounts of resources going to other rivers, rivers that are in far better shape than the Cooks River. The Cooks River is a resource that connects hundreds of thousands of people from Strathfield right through to the destroyed river delta at the Sydney airport. I guess after 15 years of pulling trolleys out of the river, I got a bit tired of it, and we reached out across the river to the Canoe Club, to the Cooks River Alliance, to everyone, and we started working together. What we have put forward in this motion is a way to move forward. It's a well-considered idea. It's saved you enormous amounts of money in community consultants, and we all agree up and down the river to move forward on this basis. We commend this motion to your support, and we hope we get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keogh. The next item for which we have registered speakers is item 50, Notice of Motion Greenway Funding Guarantee. Welcome, Bruce Ashley. Mr. Ashley, are you here? Mr. Ashley is not here. Joe Blackman of Dulwich Hill. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you. I live a few metres from the Greenway in Dulwich Hill, where I've been doing bush care for 20 years and bird surveys for 6 years. I have extensive experience in laboratory analysis, experimental design, and scientific data management and quality management. While speaking against the motion, I welcome the amendments made in regard to pedestrian safety and biodiversity offsets. I ask that the bridge at Old Canterbury Road remain at stage 3 so that small bird habitat can be saved as long as possible. That replacement habitat be created as close as possible before the tunnel is built. At the time of the master plan, we didn't fully realise the importance of this section of the Greenway for small bird habitat. We see many small birds in this section that we've not seen anywhere else. Habitat needs to be wide as well as long and have connectivity. Due to the height of the canopy, one needs to view the site from many directions, including directly opposite, to conduct a proper bird count. Since the master plan was finalised, biodiversity has seen several major losses of area. All of the transfer station at Marion Street, parts of Cadigal Reserve, parts of 120C Old Canterbury Road, and the removing of the wetland at Lewisham West. Offsets along the Greenway are difficult to find, and several of the promised offsets in the rail corridor have not come about. Not building the tunnel till stage 3 will have no effect on the enjoyment or use of the Greenway. The lights at Edward Street will be built regardless and should be fast-tracked. Users of the Greenway will need to come up into Western Street regardless of the direction they come from. The south-west side of Old Canterbury Road Bridge has significant drainage problems. After heavy rain, the stormwater drain is always blocked. How is this to be solved, and at what cost? The Greenway is surely a recreational path and should not be seen as a commuter speeding path. Will lead to serious accidents if it does. I've had several near misses myself along the Greenway. The small birds, reptiles, mammals do not have just as much right as people to this space, especially when there is another route available. There will be more stray light, noise and dogs, which tend to scare off small birds. I've experienced this myself on the stretch from Marion to Parramatta Road. The air is filled with birdsong until a dog comes along. I'm not sure if you've ever stood on the bridge at Old Canterbury Road early in the morning or late afternoon and watched the birds fly backwards and forwards over the road and across the railway line. Have you seen silver eyes on their yearly migration feeding in the privet? All of the habitat on the western side of the abutments will go. Do we value the tunnel more than removing legacy pollutants from the area around Hercules Street, left by the light rail builder? more than creating a well-maintained and safe area for teenagers. This is a greenway, not a cycleway. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Jo. Our next speaker on item 50 is Peter Olive of Marrickville, who is online. Former Councillor Olive, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, thanks very much, councillors, for hearing members of the community. Look, yeah, the Greenway Vision's been around for a long time, as councillors probably know, and it's really got three parts to it. And one is the light rail component, the other is the active transport component, which is the thing that this particular notice of motion addresses, and then there's the land care elements, which Joe Blackman was talking about, the environmental aspects to it. I think we need to make sure that all three of these components are addressed, and in moving this motion, I understand Councillor Langford is keen to ensure that those three elements are addressed. I mean, if anyone's seen the Greenway Link Master Plan report from 2018, it does have 6 tunnels or inlets being recommended to go beneath the underpasses or the overpasses where the roads are Old Canterbury Road, New Canterbury Road, Longport Street, Parramatta Road, etc., Davis Street as well. So these things are going to happen, and hopefully the second of the three of the elements of the Greenway Vision will be achieved. That is an active transport corridor through the existing disused rail corridor to Dulwich Hill. So those things should go ahead. And what this proposal, this motion attempts to do is to take 2 of those which are currently long-term objectives or long-term plans and bring them forward so they are consistent and their short-term objectives and have the same status as the other 4 tunnels that are being proposed. I mean, it's not a radical idea. All it's seeking to do is get the tunnels built so this very important part of the Greenway Vision can be completed. Once it's completed, I think that's the best possible outcome for the third element that's in the corridor, and that is the land care element and the environmental element, because it gives once it's built, there's no more disturbance. It just is there, and the whole land care and rehabilitation and offsets can all go ahead without any expectation that they're going to be subsequently disturbed. So I think it's a really important thing, both for active transport and for that land care element, to get it done as soon as possible. As I said, this Greenway Vision's been around for a long time. I remember it coming onto the agenda back even before I was on council. So, and the light rail was, started in 2010, 2011, I think, and completed in 2014. So it's been almost 8 or 9 years that people have been waiting to get this active transport component in. Now is the time. All that Councillor Langford is suggesting is that the councillors bring it to the attention of the New South Wales opposition and the New South Wales government to cough up the money effectively, to get the money to spend in our local government area.
Thanks, Mr. Olive. Your time has expired.
Get the money from the state government. Thank you.
Thanks very much. The last speaker on this item is Neil Tonkin of Lilyfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I speak on behalf of the Inner West Bicycle Coalition, and I'm supporting this motion as amended. We have had discussions with Councillor Langford over the last few days, and this motion is all about the Canterbury Road underpass, Old Canterbury Road underpass. So I'm saying the concept of the Greenway is to create a pleasant walking and cycling pathway that avoids the busy roads from Iron Cove to the Cooks River. There's also an opportunity for native bushland to be restored along the corridor. It's an example of what the blue-green grid the Greater Sydney Commission is envisaging for Eastern Sydney. Inner West Council is to be congratulated on securing significant state government funding for the underpasses of busy roads currently bisecting the Greenway route. Unfortunately, the underpass of Old Canterbury Road at Lewisham has not been included in the current funding. We're supportive of this motion to move this underpass from long-term to short-term and seek state government funding to complete all the underpasses of the busy roads. This decision would be highly relevant to seeking a commitment before the fast approaching state government election in March 2023. And just today I've received advice that the state government is going to put some money towards a cycleway along the rail corridor from Bankstown to Sydenham, and in our section in the inner west, it will obviously be from Hurlston Park to Sydenham, and it bisects the Greenway. So that would be another reason why lots more people will get out cycling, and it's why I think this motion should be, the whole process should be moved forward to ask the state government now to do something about committing to that further funding. Thank you.
Okay, Mr Tonkin, you might as well stay there for item 51, for which you are the only registered speaker, Livingston Road Cycleway.
Okay, and yet again, I'm speaking on behalf of the Inner West Bicycle Coalition. The process of building bi-directional cycleways alongside roads in the Inner West is in its infancy, not like the City Council in Sydney. The Livingston Road Cycleway was a compromise to minimise the effects on resident parking, whilst providing a safe link for people who wish to cycle for mobility. We applaud Council for having the perseverance to build it. However, we feel the delivery process could be improved. As cycling members' experiences revealed that there are dangerous curb lips, obstacles, telegraph poles, a bumpy surface, insufficient entry points from the road, and confusing giveaway signage at some of the crossings. These are all documented in the motion put forward. We were very impressed that a councillor and 3 engineering staff inspected the facility on bicycles, not in cars, on bicycles, to gain first-hand experience of our concerns. There's no greater knowledge than first-hand personal experience. This motion supports our concerns and seeks funding to remediate the faults reported. We're all aware that Council contemplates significant cycle facilities in the future. It seeks to fulfil the aims of replacing car trips with cycle trips to bring about quieter, safer, less polluted and more amenable people movement in the municipality. These are the stated aims of the draft cycling policy strategy. For this to work, the facilities must be safe and convenient for all people riding, walking and driving past. We're encouraged by the steps Council is taking to become more aware of cyclist needs by getting out and riding with us. It's a change. Building better cycle facilities will ensure they are well used and will serve an important function in improving mobility and community health. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. For item 52, we have 4 registered speakers who are all in support of the motion. I'm going to go to Kylie Cochrane of Dulwich Hill, who's the only one who is online. I'm going to ask Adrian King, Mark Skelsey and Peter Olive. Oh no, sorry, I got that wrong. They're all defeated by technology. I'm going to seek advice from the council officers. I've got 4 registered speakers in support. 3 of them are online, therefore they can't, unless you set up a chat room, coalesce to work out which of them is going to represent the views.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy for the online speakers to speak to this. I'm Kylie Cochrane.
You deserve a medal.
Yeah, I'll withdraw if that makes it easier. This is Peter Olive here.
This is a festival of magnanimity now. Kylie, you're speaking because you're in person, you've come in. Peter's very generously withdrawn. Thanks so much, Mr Olive. Kylie, so we'll hear first from Adrian King of Marrickville. Adrian, you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yep.
My name's Adrian King. I'm a semi-retired architect and urban planner, and I've had a number of conversations about this new change to the Complying Development Act, or CEP. I've been in support of complying development, but to me it's contextual, and the context that's appropriate is for new and developing suburbs, not for established and mature suburbs. And I think that the when it's applied to places like the Inner West, it kind of chips away at the context of the Inner West, and Because there's no DA required, it avoids the DCP. So, and there's a number of these being built. I live in Greenbank Street. There's a number of these have been built around us in Greenbank Street. It avoids the intent of the DCP. So you're building buildings that don't meet the intent of the planning requirements because they only require a complying development certificate. The other issue is that it incentivises demolition of existing houses because they can build a new building under a complying development certificate when the existing building may not actually qualify for that. So it is actually incentivising people to demolish existing houses. Now, one of the issues with that is that apart from disrupting the streetscapes as they are, is that it also is environmentally problematic because you are demolishing a sound structure to build a new one, and therefore you're getting rid of a lot of material. So there are environmental issues with it as well, plus the fact that you're slowly degrading the housing stock. It doesn't increase density, but the last thing I'd like to say is that all of the state government's targets for density need reconsideration because all the assumptions that they're based on have changed since COVID. So the state government needs to go back and have a look at where they need density and what reason they need density for, because the upshot of COVID is you have a lot more people working at home, a lot less people coming to the city, and less dependent on radial transport networks. And you have a huge crisis in regional areas for affordable housing, which outweighs the one in some senses in Sydney and is a lot easier to solve. So there's a whole lot of things that the state government should be looking at in terms of density and what are the current drivers for it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Adrian. Next we have Mark Skelsey of Dulwich Hill. Mark, are you there?
I am. I'm online. Hello. I'm speaking as a Dulwich Hill resident and a person interested in the urban environment. So like many Inner West residents, I've got a great affection for our local streetscapes, their historic and complementary homes, which is such a large part of living in the Inner West. But like Adrian spoke, I can see these streetscapes are slowly being eroded through the impacts of one-size-fits-all complying development. There's an increasing number of examples of 100-year-old homes, character homes, being demolished and replaced by generic and inappropriate project homes approved not by council planning staff but by a private certifier. I've also noticed, concerningly, a habit where developers are obtaining subdivision approvals after showing concept plans of future homes which would be complementary with the streetscape as part of their subdivision DA. However, after getting this subdivision certificate, the developers are then obtaining a complying development approval for a new home, which is modern and jarring and nothing like the home shown at the subdivision stage. In other words, the subdivision plans would appear to be designed to be deliberately misleading. I've also looked at one other example at Marrickville where a developer had a 5-townhouse development which was actually refused by the Land and Environment Court because it was out of character with the area, only for that same developer then to get a 4-townhouse development approval with the same planning problems approved by private certified by complying development. So I think this is planning madness that a court decision is effectively overturned by a private certifier. So when I heard of Councillor Langford's motion, I agreed to speak and support on behalf of it. In my view, our previous DA system worked well. People wanting to demolish homes and build new homes in areas like the Inner West needed to state why it was appropriate and within the guidelines. Complying development switches the burden of proof. The council needs to now say why these activities should not be allowed through new heritage controls, but councils are not funded to do those heritage controls. So recently I worked with Councillor Drury and we were looking at an interim heritage order on a very significant home in Dulwich Hill, in fact, to actually protect it from a complying development demolition. So in short, I support the motion. I do think, though, it needs to be broadened to cover all forms of complying development involving demolition of existing homes and construction of new homes. and ideally should also be subject to a council report, so that the council gets the most compelling evidence it can to seek changes from the state government here.
Thanks, Mark. And our last speaker on this item is Kylie Cochrane of Dulwich Hill.
I'm really happy for the online speaker to speak.
He's already made space for you, so please come forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, councillors, I'll be short and sweet on this one because it's really not a hard or complicated issue. Let me start by saying my name is Kylie Cochrane and I am the newly elected president of the South Dully Community Action Group. We work closely with Save Dully and Save Marrickville and Save Ashfield. Save many parts of the inner west, as we're all trying to do. So we save our streets. We support council defying state government on this matter, and we thank the councillors for listening and bringing forward this particular motion. State government bureaucrats clearly don't understand that overdevelopment and density targets are threatening the amenity and heritage of our beautiful local government area. And we say that state government needs to find a smarter approach. We also say shame on state government for forcing council to make desperate and ill-considered planning decisions in the light of this direction from state government. And you may recall, councillors, of this particular issue that came up in a recent council meeting where we found out that South Dully was the subject of a planning study, an ill-considered planning study, where your staff were looking at changing a heritage area into high-density, multi-apartment area, completely changing the amenity of Dulwich Hill, of South Dulwich Hill, from heritage houses that were built back in the 1890s, the 1910s, the 1920s and the 1930s to multiple apartments. And that was all because of these stupid, ill-considered density targets that you've been put upon you. So, councillors, we stand with you on this. We know that council is better than this. We know the Inner West is better than this. And that's why we stand with you on this motion. And we thank you, as always, for representing the views of your local constituents.
Thanks very much, Kylie. For item 53, the first speaker is Anne Leahy of Earlwood. Anne, are you there?
Yes, hello.
G'day.
53, that's the...
Natural area restoration opportunity.
Yes, hello. Yes, my name's Anne. I'm from the Cooks River Valley Association, and we also have a number of affiliated groups, such as the Mud Crabs. I'd like to support this motion, the Natural Area Restoration Opportunity, presented by Councillor Justine Langford. Basically, this motion states to investigate the best way to restore and develop a natural area in the triangle of land at Marrickville Golf Course, located between Chadwick Avenue and Alfred Street, Marrickville, uphill of T17. This site has great potential for rewilding with native plants, a bush tucker garden, creation of wild habitat, and restorative landscaping to create pathways and places to sit for quiet contemplation. This little area I know quite well. It's because when we've had large-scale clean-up events such as Clean Up Australia, we've had a lot of volunteers from the Mud Crabs come. We've used this little triangle of land here to put up our tables and have, morning tea and collect the bags and stuff like that. But the potential in transforming this site into a wildlife corridor will have lovely resonance in joining up the existing mud crab sites of Wave Rock,
which has been worked on for many years by Peter Munro and all the volunteers there. And the recent site along the 18th tee of the golf course, which Andrew may speak about, that was done in conjunction with Hawke's Brewing. Recently, 1,000 trees have been planted along that corridor there. So it just makes sense that this small triangle of land that links up these areas be transformed into a natural area. It's a fantastic area to use as a rain garden to filter the water before it goes into the river. We all know that filtering water from stormwater and from rainwater before it goes into the river has a tremendous benefit to the water quality. And we do know from our mud crabs work that when we do intensive natural plantings, it brings back the native species, such as we've seen at Ford Avenue with the little blue and yellow wrens coming back to that area. Now we've got king parrots as well. So yes, this really makes sense, and I hope that that this is supported.
Thanks very much, Anne. The next speaker on this item is Tori Quine of Marrickville.
Hello, can you hear me or?
Yes, we can. Thanks, Tori.
Okay. I'm not sure if you can see me as well. Is that happening or you can only
I can
hear
see
me?
Rosella.
Okay, I have pressed for the video to
We
work.
can see you now.
so I'm
Yep,
not quite
we can
sure.
see you.
Okay, great. So I just was told about this motion today, so I haven't got anything written. I live locally. I'm involved with some of the volunteer bush regeneration down at the golf course, and I support motion 53. I think it's a fantastic little spot that I saw today. There's 2 large gum trees that could do with having a mid-story and ground cover to just make it more functionally relevant to native species. And obviously over time it would be preferable to link as many patches as possible without interfering with the golf course per se. But I just wanted to come forward and say I think this is a great use of the funding that the Labor government had put forward, and I would at some capacity like to be involved in helping to set that up if possible. Thank you for listening to my thoughts.
Thanks very much, Tori. For item 54, notice of Cooks River federal election funding, we have Anne Leahy again. We can't hear you, Anne.
I'd like to speak in support of the motion passed by Councillor Justine Langford to follow up the Cooks River federal election funding promise. We have heard a lot of talk in the past of promises, but not a great deal of action. So the Cooks River catchment has been promised $10 million in regenerating the river. I support the motion to follow this through, and one of the obvious uses of that type of funding would be trying to tackle the sheet piling and concrete channeling along the Cooks River. For many years this has been in everybody's too hard baskets because it's very, very costly, and everyone's passing the buck saying, well, we don't really know who controls it, so we can't really do anything about it, which is rubbish. It's very clear who controls it. Removing and replacing the sheet steel piling along the Cooks River with naturalised banks is difficult, and without there's been no clear attempt at action.
So it is degrading, particularly in the Marrickville areas, to a point that presents a public safety risk and needs to be addressed. And our understanding is that this is primarily owned by the New South Wales government. Sections of this have been regenerated closer to where I live in Earlwood, and the Sydney Water catchment, the Sydney Water section up at Cup and Saucer Creek has been very well regenerated in parts in the areas that are controlled by Sydney Water. Yes, I think we all need to get behind this motion and make sure that this $10 million that has been promised does actually turn into action on the ground.
Thanks very much, Anne. The last speaker that we have tonight is Andrew Thomas of Campsie.
Hi everybody, my name's Andrew Thomas. I'm the Executive Officer for the Cooks River Alliance. I'd just like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of item 55, which is the Cooks River, supporting the Cooks River Alliance strategic plan. The strategic plan was endorsed by the Cooks River Alliance Management Committee on October 27, and if I'm correct, you should have a copy of it with your agenda. I'll just really quickly speak briefly to the plan. It consists of 4 areas. It's river health, river community, river advocacy and river history. And the idea here is not just to look at improving the river from an ecological perspective, but it's also, this plan is also designed to improve the health and well-being of the community through the plan, and also to improve the sophistication in how the Alliance operates. So it's doing three of those things, and something that we need to focus on in particular in the next 3 years is improving the sophistication. So why am I supporting this recommendation? Well, we've seen from Simon and Brian on item 49, and Anne spoke to 53 and I think 54. Anyway, you can see that there's a strong community there's obviously a strong community engagement with the river, so that's something that's strongly supported by the river, by the community. But the other reason why I'm supporting this is I understand from in my role that every bit of legitimacy that we can attach to this plan helps me and others lobby for resources and action on the river. And it's also very useful when we do things like go for grants for different projects. So in terms of an operational perspective, that's what's really, that's an additional item, if you like, of why I'm supporting this item. So now why should council actually consider this and supporting this? Well, apart from the fact that the Inner West is on the Alliance, it would be handy to have the support of the whole council for the plan, is because we know from the surveys, as I said before, that we've done, community engagement and what we've seen here tonight, that the community is behind the revitalisation of the river. But also there's another reason, and that's because the revitalisation will not only improve the ecology of the river and Botany Bay as a consequence, but it'll also improve the health and well-being of the community. There's a lot of science behind that, and if anyone's interested, I can pass that on. But also because there's a high chance that if we do it right, it'll stimulate the local economy by encouraging a riverside culture and tourism, things like cafes on river and along river, recreation, retail, community events and things like that. And this has been done in other parts of the world. Massachusetts in Springfield have done the same and had great results. So I hope you support the motion. Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, can I just ask a question before you go, which is a process allowable under the Code of Meeting Practice? So we're members of the Alliance.
Yes, you are.
And funders of the Alliance.
Yes.
Is the strategic plan going to be submitted to Council so it can be considered officially, or is this the official process through which you're submitting it to us?
Well, traditionally the process, as I understand it, so I've been in the role for a year, is that it gets approved by the Management Committee, which has members from this council, a voting delegate and an alternative voting delegate. So in that sense, it's been approved through the Alliance agreement.
It's listed in draft form in the business.
Oh, sorry. Okay, the reason it's in draft form is because we still need to get it graphically designed and put out there, and a couple of items added at the front. But what the Management Committee has endorsed is the spirit of it, also that its intent and all the objectives that are listed in the draft form will not change.
But is there a reason that it's not being submitted to, say, the General Manager of the Council or the Mayor so that it can be considered holistically by the whole Council rather than through a notice of motion by an individual councillor?
Not that I know of.
Right, but you're speaking in support of the motion?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think that's a very good process, frankly, but I understand what's occurred now. I would prefer that we stick to the process that we've had previously, which is, as a constituent member of the Alliance, the Council as an organisation is provided a copy of the strategic plan.
Okay.
Thanks for that.
Thanks.
That concludes the public forum. Now, you're all welcome to stay here. It's almost 9 o'clock, so we're about to have an adjournment because everyone needs to get a cup of tea so they can start on the actual business. You're welcome to stay here, but the proceedings are broadcast live on YouTube, so if you'd be more comfortable at home, you're welcome to head home as well, and they'll be recorded there, as I mentioned at the start of the meeting, for posterity, so you could watch it tomorrow if it got too late as well, but you're also very welcome to stay here. I'm going to suggest that we have a 5-minute adjournment, just so that everybody can go to the toilet and get a cup of tea. Can I get a motion to do that? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. The meeting is adjourned until 9:02. Until 9:02. chamber so we can recommence the meeting. I note that the meeting is now quorate. We've completed the public forum and will now move to condolence motions, the first of which is for Victor Pinkerton.
Victor was a very active and engaged member of our community, and many in our community are saddened and surprised by his sudden passing at the age of 69. Victor lived at Johnson Street, Annandale, and was a familiar sight on foot and at rallies and protests, but he also got around in an old car with a big boot. The photograph of Victor campaigning for social housing was as recent as July. Through an email newsletter, Victor kept us informed of political shenanigans and entertained us with his witty take on national, state and local politics. His emails covered a myriad of issues, including the ill effects of coal seam and coal mining, poor development at Mount Gilead, which threatened koala habitat, and the demolition of Willow Grove at Parramatta. The sell-off of public housing, impact of the local community on WestConnex, council mergers, Bays West, the Manly Ferry, water rights, and even the Malabar Poo Farm. Val Victor Pinkerton.
Thank you very much, Councillor De Cruz. Is there any other councillor who wishes to speak to the motion? Councillor Lockie?
I was so sorry to hear about Victor's passing. I met him some years ago when I was one of the main organisers of the campaign against WestConnex. He was one of those people you got to know because he was always there. As Councillor De Cruz has intimated, we could always rely on Victor to be a constant presence at our rallies, protests and actions, and to spread the word about the myriad problems with WestConnex to anyone and everyone, both in person, where he would envelop you in rapid-fire conversation and witticisms before you knew it, and via his regular newsletters, which were always filled with his wry takes on politics. As Jess Miller, a former Deputy Lord Mayor of Sydney, noted, Victor had an irrepressible desire to do good things, but always with a humour and cheekiness that made it infinitely more fun. As I got to know Victor better, I realised the WestConnex campaign was one of many to which he devoted his time and seemingly endless energy. Whether it was the climate emergency, Black Lives Matter, the fight for LGBTIQ+ rights, the protection of social housing and more, Victor could always be counted on to show up and speak out for what was right. His commitment to wanting what was best for our community and communities across Sydney was unwavering. After I was elected, Victor would often stop me or my husband on the many times we'd see him out and about to talk local politics. I'll really miss those conversations, and I know it will be a long time before it'll stop feeling strange to turn up to a protest or rally and not see him there, sign in hand, standing in solidarity with those who needed him. To his sister, Georgie Beasley, her family, and to all of Victor's friends, family and fellow activists, I offer my deepest condolences for your loss. He will be greatly missed.
Thanks very much, Councillor Lockie. Are there any other contributions from councillors? If not, I'll put the motion, moved by Councillor De Cruz, seconded by Councillor Lockie. All those in favour? All those against? That has been carried unanimously. The next condolence motion is for Helen Jean Gray of Summer Hill.
Councillors, I rise to note the passing of Helen Gray of Summer Hill, to celebrate her life and to pass on condolence to her daughter. Now, my speech notes have been published here, so you probably read them and you can probably understand that Helen was a very significant figure within Morris Street, and the love for which she was held was pretty evident at the celebration of her life on the 1st of November. She was a big dog lover. She was a big chatter. She loved political debate and discussion. along with a group of senior women of that street, had a very significant impact on our local Labor Party, the Labor Party branch, and also influencing through that branch both representation at the local, state and federal level. All of the representatives of the Labor Party in this area owe a debt of gratitude to Helen. Her incredible ability to organise, coming out of a very good, strong Communist Party background, and her mastery, absolute mastery of the Excel spreadsheet. And she will be sorely missed. I think I'll quote Joe Halen. So we honour Helen, not only in holding in her memories, as we will, sharing stories to celebrate her life, a family member, dedicated and passionate, caring friend, but as a comrade, but also by continuing to do her good work for a better community, local, state and federal. Valet, Helen.
Thanks very much, Councillor Drury. I'd also like to speak in support of the condolence motion. Helen was a good friend of mine and a great collaborator. I think anyone who has been, as Mark mentioned, a member of the Communist Party and also the secretary of the Wallara Small Bore Rifle Association, you know is an interesting person and someone of very eclectic interests. I've found it very moving at Helen's funeral to discover that about a dozen of her neighbours came along with speeches that they'd prepared about what an important person she was in their lives. And in fact, they'd organised a round robin of people in the street to look after her when she was diagnosed with lung cancer. And they continued to care for her throughout the last 18 months of her life while she was receiving treatment. And I thought that really spoke to how valuable she was to them, and it was clear that they were all very moved to be able to participate in her farewell. And it's a very sad thing that we've lost her, but she was certainly someone who lived a very full life. And I thank Councillor Drury for tabling the condolence motion. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll put that motion, moved by Councillor Drury, seconded by myself. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Councillors, that brings us to the mayoral minutes that have been tabled for this evening's meeting, and I'll endeavour to get through those as quickly as possible. The first is in regards to Rozelle Parklands. I'll refrain from reading the background because I think all councillors are aware of the recent developments and the cuts to amenities and facilities at the proposed Rozelle Parklands that have been announced by the government. I'll simply read the recommendation, which states the following. That Council 1 condemns the New South Wales Government's cuts to key sporting and community infrastructure from the final design plans for the Rozelle Parklands, which includes the loss of the all-weather sporting field, all public car parking, 2 multi-purpose sports courts and the toilet facilities for the children's playground. Second, calls upon the New South Wales Government to reinstate all of the above-mentioned facilities that have been cut from the plans for the Rozelle Parklands, and writes to the New South Wales Premier, Minister for Transport and Minister for Public Spaces insisting upon this. Thirdly, restates Council's unwillingness to take on care, control and management of the Rozelle Parklands until the Government has transparently disclosed the costs of the construction and ongoing repairs and maintenance through a master plan for the site. Fourth, writes to the residents in Rozelle, Lilyfield and Annandale notifying them of the Government's cuts to facilities promised in the Rozelle Parklands and informing residents how they can advocate for the reinstatement of these facilities. And fifth, hold a meeting with all relevant sporting clubs who made submissions in support. I'll just ask the minute takers to amend that, so not in sport, in support of these facilities, to recommence advocacy with them for the reinstatement of the facilities. I'll move that way. Is there any discussion, councillors?
I have
Councillor Atkins?
a question,
Yep.
please, Mr Mayor. So my questions comes out of the briefing that we had last week,
Yep.
where it was explained to us that what was put in the plan was constrained by the size of the 10-hectare site. So I guess my question is, what would you propose is removed from the current plans to accommodate the parking and the multi-purpose court?
I don't accept, thank you for your question, I don't accept that anything that we've been told by Transport for New South Wales or the government has been verified. As you'll be aware, in the briefing session, we asked if they would write to us to inform us of the costs of each of the components of the parklands, which they've refused to do. We've had zero engagement from them for an extended period of time. And we know that the master plan that they've developed, the design plans that they've developed have been dictated from the beginning by the needs of the motorway rather than the benefit of public amenity. So I don't think it's incumbent upon us to try to reconfigure the plans that they've developed in secrecy. I think it's incumbent upon us to advocate for a proper public master planning process in which all the facts are laid on the table and the local community is able to participate in a transparent and genuine way. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I have some questions, please.
Yes.
So the first one is that I understand that part of this process was that council staff were planning to work through a car parking study with Transport for New South Wales. Does this mayoral minute affect that arrangement between Transport for New South Wales and council staff?
I don't believe there is a resolution of the council to collaborate with the Transport for New South Wales on whatever parking plans they have now. They've informed us that they're not going to provide any parking and want it to be council's responsibility to find new car parking on the Liffeld Road, which will be a disaster for the residents there. I'm unaware of the plans that you're referring to.
Okay. In the briefing to council last week, it was confirmed that the parklands was costed at circa $50 million and that it was fully funded by the state government as part of the project. This mayoral minute seems to be indicating that only $15 million has been allocated to the parklands. So what's your understanding about what funding has been allocated?
I'm less willing to accept a verbal statement from the latest bureaucrat from Transport for New South Wales that we've encountered that it now costs $50 million. They have spent the last 2 years insisting that the entire thing could be built for $15 million. That's been their public position. They have now cut several $1 million worth of facilities from the project, and then when they came to the briefing, informed us that it in fact cost $50 million. When I asked, as you'll be aware, Councillor Shetty, for something in writing, which I would have thought was pretty reasonable request for the body that's meant to be taking on care, control and management of the site, with a breakdown of what the costs were, they refused outright to provide that and stated simply that you'll have to trust us, we will deliver the whole thing. I don't trust them. If you do, that's fair enough. But I think we owe our community a bit stronger advocacy than that. They've had to put up with all of the impacts from WestConnex, and we can't allow them to be shortchanged on the path that's been promised to the community.
My final question. I understand that the Rozelle Parklands Working Group came up with a list of recommendations and that Transport for New South Wales reviewed the feasibility of those proposals. Can you point to where the government promised to deliver these facilities as part of the plan for the Rozelle Parklands?
There is a Transport for New South Wales document, which I'm happy to provide to you, and which is the basis for the Sydney Morning Herald's reportage, that these are real cuts to the facility. So it was Transport for New South Wales' working group, and there's a Transport for New South Wales logo on the report that proposed all of these facilities that have now been removed. And I'm happy for the General Manager to provide that to you tonight.
Sure. Okay. I'd like to speak when the opportunity arises.
Please do.
Whilst I appreciate the need for council to advocate for the community to ensure that these parklands are delivered, I am concerned that this mayoral minute will unnecessarily alarm the residents living near the parklands. Council has received the briefing last week from Transport for New South Wales that clarified that there were constraints on the site of the 10 hectares that meant that during the feasibility assessment they were not able to fit everything that was on the list of recommendations which were made by the Rozelle Parklands Working Group into the parklands. It's not clear to me what you're suggesting, Mayor, to be removed from the parklands in order to fit parking or additional courts into the plan, and I would be very reluctant to support advocating for changes that would include parking prior to a parking study being undertaken by council staff and Transport for New South Wales at the possible loss of other sporting facilities or open green space. As part of their own submission to the Rozelle Parklands Working Group, the Inner West Council expressed the need to maximise open space within the parklands. It is obviously of critical importance that the parking is done right, and the most appropriate way to get this right is for Council to work with Transport for New South Wales to undertake a parking study. New Mayor have been advocating for funding of $30 million for this project, and it was confirmed, as far as I understood it last week during the briefing note, that the cost of the parklands is circa $50 million, and it is fully funded by the state government as part of this project. I can appreciate that we are all watching closely in light of the disastrous outcome in St Peters, but I'm concerned that unnecessary fear-mongering and misleading the public about the funding of the parklands and what can and cannot fit onto the 10-hectare site only weakens any advocacy that we may need to undertake in the future. The residents adjacent to the park, as you've mentioned, have been through enough over the last 4 years. Let's not put them through any more unnecessary distress and make sure that the information we're giving the public is accurate.
Thank you for that. Councillor Drury, then Councillor Stamoulis.
I've got to say I'm somewhat flabbergasted at the opposition to this mayoral minute. Last week's briefing was one of the most pathetic briefings I have seen from any state government representation in over 17 years. And by God, I have seen some crap representations from the minions from Macquarie Street. It was worse than that clown from local government who didn't know about social media. It was appalling. To talk about scaring the community when those clowns are running it, I think is a little bit rich. That briefing could not tell us. It came up with this figure of 50 million. It couldn't tell us what they were going to spend the money on. He had no idea, or he wasn't going to give us any idea of what the money is going to be spent on. In relation to the parking, they've made no provision for parking, and then they just want to foist it off on us with some bloody working party to try and sort out their mess. What an absolute shambles. In terms of a pretty average government, this is a pretty low representation. I fully support the mayoral minute, and I believe we all should if we want something better in that area.
Councillor Stamoulis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, there's bits and pieces I support and don't in this mayoral minute. And I think it would have really had great benefit had the two other Balmain ward councillors being consulted and being involved in this. I think you would have got broad support, and unfortunately you didn't, and it's a bit lopsided in its presentation. I too did hear, and in fact some councillors might recall that I even asked a second time about the funding, and it came through as $50 million. Well, yeah, I know there's an element of a distrust always, or uncertainty in what they put forward, but I think we got a general commitment that it would be funded anyway. The works would be funded, and that's very, very important for this site. The other thing to me is the focus of this is about the Rozelle Parklands. We want to make sure that we get strong benefit to add to our sporting facilities, but as a ward councillor, I also want to make sure that those other things get considered. We're looking at an overpass there to connect our neighbourhoods, Lilyfield, Annandale, to connect those up there. That's being funded. We're looking at wetlands. We're looking at the planting of 3,000 trees. We're looking at biodiversity, children's play areas, cycle path, pedestrian pathways, connections to the harbour foreshores in the future as part of the Bays Precinct. All of these are vitally important also. I don't want to get into a scrappy debate or one that's a little bit not fully informed just yet, at the risk of some of these other key things for our community. Of course, we don't need 3 stacks, no one wants those, but I think the other things we do want, the presentation has some positive benefits in it at the moment that they've presented. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stamoulis. Further discussion? There's no further. Councillor Lockie.
Only to I need to request that, would you be willing to add an additional point, Mayor, that calls for the filtration of those stacks? Because, yeah, excellent.
Happy to incorporate that into the motion, if that could be added as a sixth point.
Yep.
Any further discussion? If not, I'll make a brief right of reply. I am disappointed that Councillor Shetty is seemingly speaking from the talking points of the Perrottet government and Transport for New South Wales after their shocking record of dishonesty over WestConnex over the last 10 years, which we've all been witness to and some of us have been involved in advocating against for the entire time. To say, let's just trust them because one of their junior burgers came out and told us you've got $50 million is, with all due respect, absurd. And flying the white flag when what the community needs us to do is really stand up and fight hard. After their long record of lies and failure to be transparent on the St Peters interchange, where they promised exactly the same thing. Don't worry about all the impacts. We'll build you a beautiful new public park. 3 years after it was due to open, not a single citizen has ever walked in it because it's so heavily contaminated and it's suffering severe subsidence every time it rains. That's their track record. Look at all the other parks across the Inner West that we had to fight to save. But now Councillor Shetty and perhaps Councillor Stamos and certainly the member for Balmain, Jamie Parker, who's called this a huge win, unbelievably, in a letter to local residents today, say, no, just trust them. They're good for it. That is absolutely nonsensical and, to be frank, a betrayal of the advocacy that the community needs right now. Now, it's not that we don't have a cheque for $50 million, it's that they won't even put it in writing that we're getting $50 million. It wasn't in the press release when the government announced it. None of the ministers have said that there's $50 million available. Just some guy who's a former journalist and PR person who they sent out here for a private, confidential conversation who refuses to put it in a letter, says we've got $50 million. And some people are willing to say, yep, that's a great win, when actually what we're seeing is facilities being cut. In regards to the parking, thank you, Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Howard. All those in favour, against, declare that carried. In regards to the parking, what our community's being dished up here is a disaster. The same people who've been displaced with car parking for the last 3 years, but were promised at the end of it, don't worry, you'll have a beautiful new park. What the government is proposing is that they'll have the same situation permanently. And sports clubs won't be able to use the facility properly either because parents won't have anywhere to park. To say that that is a good outcome is truly extraordinary. I'm flabbergasted as well, Councillor Drury. I worry that the motivation for the member for Balmain's position that this is a great win and the defence of the government, and perhaps Councillor Shetty's just motivation as well, is about the politics of the state election and wanting to look like the Greens member for Balmain is achieving something. Well, that's fine. That's political, party political. Everyone understands that. But not at the cost of fighting for the community. For God's sake, people need us to stand up for them now, not look out for our own party political interests. While we're in this chamber, let's stand up for the community interests and fight as one.
Point of order, Mayor. 1511D, insinuating improper motives by claiming that this whole is party political. I think you should apologise to Councillor Shetty on that.
I've raised the question, and it is my genuine belief that that is a concern. And I think it's unfortunate, so I won't withdraw the comment.
I think it's quite insulting.
Okay, well, I don't wish to be insulting, so I'll withdraw the comment and rephrase it. I hope that no one who's running for state parliament in the months to come will give up on fighting for things that this community needs because it suits their political purposes. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. So in support, we have 9, including Councillor Lockie. All those against? And we have 6 against. That has been carried. We'll move on to the next mayoral minute in regards to Main Street revitalisation. Maybe we'll hear here about what a great job the state government's done with funding for the Inner West as well. I won't bother with the background which councillors have been provided. I'll just read out the recommendation. The council officers prepare a report for the February 2023 Ordinary Council meeting outlining an expression of interest process that would be open to a coalition of local businesses, Main Street property owners, chambers of commerce, community and arts organisations to apply to council for up to $1.5 million in capital investment in Main Street improvements in return for them enacting a comprehensive plan for revitalisation of that street. 2, that council identify funding through the 2023-24 budget process for up to 5 main streets to be provided $1.5 million in capital works improvements, totalling $7.5 million in costs for the program. Thirdly, identify state and federal government grant funding that can assist to further expand the capital available for the program. 4th, consult with local businesses, Main Street property owners, chambers of commerce, community and arts organisations about the criteria for the expression of interest process and the nature of the works which would be undertaken. And 5th, seek advice from the Committee for Sydney, the New South Wales 24-Hour Commissioner and other relevant government and non-government organisations with expertise in Main Street revitalisation in developing the expression of interest criteria and the program. I will move that way. Is there any discussion, councillors? Councillor De Cruz?
Yeah, I'm just a little confused. So are you asking for Main Street's business operators to get together and say, and put in a bid for their street to be upgraded? Is that what it is? Yeah.
That the council provide a financial incentive through up to $1.5 million, proposing that through this program, if it were to be adopted, and the motion is simply to receive a report about it, that the council provide up to $1.5 million in funding for capital improvements for main streets as an incentive, and that in return, in order to access that funding, chambers of commerce, landlords, local businesses, community organisations, arts organisations would need to come together with a unified plan for how they would contribute to Main Street revitalisation in that place through activations, community events and improving the tenancy occupation.
So that money is to build, to put benches or whatever it is, or paving. Is that what the intention is? The capital investment, I'm just confused by what that is.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, so that's our Main Street improvements.
Yes. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried unanimously. Next mayoral minute is in regards to a partnership with the Australian Conservation Foundation. They are conducting a Vote for Your Local Mascot campaign in an attempt to build awareness in our community about biodiversity challenges, and they're seeking a partnership with council to help to promote that campaign. I'm proposing that we promote the campaign through our libraries and service centres, as well as through our social media channels and at community events, and that we host an event with all councillors to attend with the ACF Inner West branch when the Vote for Your Mascot campaign has been concluded. I'll move that way. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. The next item is in relation to the Enmore Special Entertainment Precinct. Councillors will be aware that the trial of the Special Entertainment Precinct concluded on the 30th of November. We've had the wonderful news from the Department of Planning in recent days that they are proposing or have agreed to roll the trial over and continue it indefinitely while they make a plan for how it can become permanent, which is a great thing for Enmore Road businesses and for the arts community within the Inner West. I'm proposing that we welcome that we thank council officers and Enmore businesses for their excellent work and collaboration in conducting the trial. And I want to say, for the record, at this meeting, thank you very much to Director Simone Plummer and to all of the other staff who worked really, really effectively in implementing this trial, which has been welcomed by the whole Enmore community. That was excellent policy development and implementation. And that we receive a report to the February meeting evaluating the trial and outlining the next steps through which council can commence planning for more special entertainment precincts in other suburbs. And I would welcome the opportunity to work with all councillors on other special entertainment precinct proposals which can be brought forward now that we've conducted this trial successfully. So I will move that way. Is there any discussion? Councillor Atkins?
Could I just ask a question, please? Will the report the evaluation of the trial include consulting not just businesses but residents in the area? Let me preface that question by saying that I am fully supportive of the entertainment precinct, and I hear a lot of positives about it, but there are, of course, people with different views.
I'll put that question to the Director of Planning.
Thank you, through you, Chair. The residents were involved and consulted through this process. There were some objections and some submissions made regarding the pilot, and there were also quite a number of residents that were also in support. For those residents that did raise concerns, their issues were attended to, and some of those will require ongoing reinforcement, but it is nevertheless a pilot that's been very successful and largely welcomed by the community as well as the business.
Councillor Atkins, did you have any further questions? Councillor De Cruz, then Councillor Stamoulis.
I'm just a little confused as to who has evaluated the trial. Is that council or is it the state government to inform their planning instrument? I don't know.
I'll put that question to the Director of Planning.
Through you, Chair, there is a formal evaluation process that's been taken place through this pilot, and the results of that evaluation are in draft form at the moment. It's being conducted by the council staff.
Does that address your question?
So based on that, we make a submission to the state government, or is the state government also doing an evaluation?
I'll put that question to the Director of Planning.
Through you, Chair, we'll be providing the results of that final evaluation to the Department of Planning.
Thank you for that. I think that's clear. Councillor Stamoulis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A question through the Chair to the relevant officer, thanks. We mentioned here that we're looking at a few other special entertainment precincts. Is Council in a position to share what one or two of those might be, what the next cabs off the rank might be?
The Council has already resolved to examine, I believe it was Marrickville Road, Norton Street, Leichhardt, and Darling Street, Balmain and Rozelle.
Thank you.
Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, I just briefly want to speak in support of a motion. I was concerned to have been sent emails from residents about an anonymised leaflet against the proposed special entertainment precinct. As far as I'm concerned, Enmore Road is already a special entertainment precinct, and like many Inner West resident, I've had many kick-ons at Enmore Road, and I want to see that to continue into the future. And I would like to see more late night food options, like particularly, and I don't see any problem in extending the times that businesses are open on Enmore Road, and I think that's something that the vast majority of residents have come to expect and want, and that's why people move into that area. So very happy with the trial, and wish the extension all its success.
Thanks, Councillor Griffiths. Further discussion, councillors? There's no further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. 2 to go. Chris Meader Auditorium in Marrickville Library. Councillors, I'm proposing that we name the main auditorium in Marrickville Library the Chris Meader Auditorium and install storyboards there to tell the story of her life of service to the Marrickville community, and that we hold a community event to mark the renaming and installation of the storyboards and to celebrate the life of Chris Meader. Councillors will be aware that we've resolved unanimously through a condolence motion last month to consult with, to look at options for a facility, place or landmark that could be named in honour of Chris Meader. Council officers have spoken with the Meader family, who have indicated that they think an association with Marrickville Library would be the most respectful and appropriate thing. And the auditorium, which is in essence the centre of the library, the foyer if you like, but it's used for events including citizenship ceremonies and other public events, is not currently named in honour of any local citizen and is probably the most prominent space within the library, so it would be a suitable place, an appropriate place for such an important and valued citizen to be honoured. So I will move that way. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a contribution, just basically to say that one of the challenges we have here is to really find a form of recognition that matches the scale of the contribution that Chris Meader made over her life. It's a huge task. And I think that this mayoral minute and naming the auditorium at Marrickville Library does justice to the extraordinary legacy that Chris leaves us. I've had the honour over the last couple of weeks of speaking with her family, namely her beloved sister Cheryl Patterson and her niece Willow. Cheryl wanted to come and speak tonight, but Willow is an avid dancer and has a dance recital tonight. I'd say break a leg, Willow, but that's a sore point for me at the moment. Cheryl has asked me just to pass on a few words, and if you wouldn't just mind indulging me with this. So Cheryl wanted to let you know this. Firstly, thank you to yourself, Darcy, and Inner West Council in all their kind words and acknowledgements in regards to my sister, Christine Meader. Christine, as you are all aware, was very passionate in all things related to the Inner West, whether it was history or finding out about someone's ancestry or house history. She just loved it all. Our family came to settle in Marrickville and Newtown as far back as the 1800s, and the Inner West will always mean so much to our family. Christine started in the old Marrickville Library at the age of 18, and her mentor, Miss Charteris, gave her the love of history, especially history of Marrickville. Christine achieved many achievements and projects in her time served at council. Council was her only job, her whole life, until she retired. But even then, after she retired, she still continued her work when needed. In the proposal in naming the auditorium in her honour, we as her family are very honoured and appreciate that her work over this long period is recognised and that she'll be remembered for many years to come. If I could just seek a brief extension.
Move an extension of time of 1 minute, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favour, against, declare that carried.
Thank you. Cheryl continues, our family was honoured over 20 years ago when the gates of Henson Park were named after my late father, as at the time he also served his whole working life for the council. In total, they both have served over 90 years of service. It makes myself, my children, and even my grandchildren proud of being associated with the Inner West Council, as you are truly for the citizens of your electorate, which in turn is a wonderful attribute to uphold. Thank you once more, and to me, Marrickville and the Inner West will always be home. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. The last mayoral minute this evening, which I apologise for not having tabled with the others, but came in very late, which was through an error of mine, is in relation to the anti-racism strategy. I'm proposing that council work, so I'll just go back a step and provide some brief introductory remarks. We'll all be aware that council has resolved to undertake the anti-racism strategy. Councillor Howard, Councillor Lockyer and myself recently attended a meeting of the Inner West Multicultural Interagency in which it was articulated for us a number of the concerns that members of that interagency had about how the process was unfolding. And I committed to bringing a resolution forward to this meeting to try to get that process back on track in a collegiate and respectful manner. The essence of what I'm proposing is that we not outsource the development of the policy and that we undertake it through council officers and through deep engagement with the relevant ethnic community organisations within the Inner West. So I propose that Council 1 work with the Inner West Council Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Committee, Multicultural Advisory Committee, Inner West Multicultural Network and other Aboriginal and multicultural organisations within the LGA to develop the Inner West anti-racism strategy, convene a reference group to support development of the strategy and ensure that lived experience of the people of the Inner West is reflected in its development. The reference group should include representatives of the following: the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Committee, the Multicultural Advisory Committee, Inner West Multicultural Network, the Greek Welfare Centre Community Services, the Vietnamese Seniors Association, the Metropolitan Lands Council, Chinese Australian Social Services and the Italian Association of Assistants, COASID, and that a report be brought to Council in April 2023 on the establishment of the reference group, its membership and progress on developing the anti-racism strategy. So I'll move that way. Councillor Howard.
Yeah, just briefly, so I want to thank you for bringing this mayoral minute tonight and for all the work that you've done, Mayor, in ensuring that the anti-racism strategy is even more collaborative, consensus building and a transformative piece of work. I sincerely thank all those in the community who have provided really thoughtful and constructive feedback and advice about how the strategy should be formed and the approaches that we as a council should take to achieve it. I also thank the staff who have worked really diligently towards the strategy to date. This is a big and important piece of work, and as with so much of the work we do at Inner West Council, it's groundbreaking. We will be one of the first and only councils in Australia to create an anti-racism strategy, and it's important we get it right. Get it right for us as an Inner West community, and get it right for the councils we hopefully will inspire to follow in our footsteps. We know just how impactful and transformative an anti-racism strategy can be. We also know that an essential part of getting it right is ensuring critically that people with lived experience of racism are those that shape and drive it. This mayoral minute does that. It centres the voices of those who experience racism each and every day and ensures that they are in the driver's seat as we set out together to achieve this work. I thank the Mayor and support the mayoral minute.
Thanks for that, Councillor Howard. Councillor Lockie.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to thank you for bringing forward this mayoral minute so that we can proceed in this constructive way. As Councillor Howard said, this is such an important piece of work. You know, for us to be the first council in the state that goes forward with an anti-racism strategy will be truly groundbreaking in the truest sense of the word. And if it hadn't gone ahead well, like it would have had a disastrous effect that I don't think any of us would have wanted to contemplate. I do want to commend the Multicultural Advisory Committee, particularly their chair, Osman Chew, and the Inner West Multicultural Network for engaging with us in such a constructive and open and collaborative way to get this back on track. And also thank the General Manager, Peter Gainsford, for the very open approach that he took to working with all of those groups and helping to devise this way forward for us all. I think it's really a fantastic step forward. It's going to be a lot of work. It is not easy to co-design anything really, but particularly a strategy like this with this many moving parts. But I think the fact that we have so many different groups and networks that are so open and engaged with working with us is really one of the great reasons that I love living in the Inner West, and the reason really that it's one of the first places in the country that I've felt comfortable living in. So yes, I look forward onwards and upwards.
Thanks very much, Councillor Lockie. Is there any further discussion?
Could I just
Councillor
ask
Atkins?
a question,
Yes.
please?
course.
It relates to the budget for this. I understood that we had, it says here we've been looking for a consultant. I thought that we had brought on board a consultant. I could be wrong. But whether or not we did, how much of the budget is now left to apply to this way of developing the strategy, which I totally welcome, by the way.
I'll put that question to the Director of Community Services.
Through you, Chair. The arrangements for the ending of the consultancy are underway, so that'll be done through the procurement process for any work done to date. Any remaining budget will be basically person time and other resources required to do the work in-house.
Potentially a saving. Any further discussion, councillors? There's no further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That concludes the mayoral minutes.
Mr Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Dorienzo.
I'd like to move a procedural motion that the order of the agenda be changed and we move a number of items in globo.
Please proceed.
Do I leave none on? I'd like to, the following items that I would like to move in globo are item 9.
Mr Mayor, can I ask that would be removed?
I'll come to that in a moment.
Item 11, item 16, item 20, item 21, item 24, item 25, item 29, item 30, item 31, item 40, item 43, item 44, item 45, item 46, item 61 and item 63.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Howard? Councillor Howard will second the motion. So, councillors, as you're aware, we've got all of the items displayed on the screen which Councillor D'Arienzo and Councillor Howard are moving that we bring forward and resolve on block. So, any councillor is entitled to object to an item being dealt with if they so choose. So I'm going to go through the list and ask if there's any objector to it being voted through, or any councillor who wants to debate it, in which case it will be removed from this list and we'll be left with the remaining items at the end. So the first item, item 11, defibrillators in council sporting grounds. No objector. That stays in. Item 16, post-exhibition of model code of conduct. No, that can stay. Item 20, minutes of the Audit and Risk and Improvement Committee. That's in. Item 21, 2023 Ordinary Council meeting schedule. No, that's good. You want to take that out? Okay. Item 23 is out. Item 24, mandatory reporting of fire safety reports. Item 25, community wealth building. Item 29, submission to the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal. Item 30, investment report. That's removed. Item 31, statistical report on code of conduct complaints. Item 40, notice of motion, soft plastics. Item 43, Sydenham Road and Fitzroy Street, Marrickville. Item 44, Campbell Street, St Peters. Item 45, Transport for New South Wales, fail. Item 46, action on community safety. Item 47, Leichhardt Tramsheds car park. So that needs to be removed because Councillor Scott has declared a conflict. Item 61, procurement of Microsoft EA licensing. Now, are we able to adopt an item from the confidential section? Yep. Okay, so 61's okay, 62 is out. Councillor De Cruz would like to debate that. Item 63, RFT for Pioneer Memorial Park amenities upgrade. No objection? Okay, so I'll now put the procedural motion. Now, I think we actually need, the procedural motion is to suspend standing orders to deal with that item, and then we need a separate motion to adopt the recommendations. So I'll put the procedural motion first. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. And I'll now move the resolution from Councillors D'Arienzo and Howard for the adoption of those recommendations. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Which brings us back to item 5.
Mr Mayor, I have a procedural motion to suspend standing orders and bring forward items 41 and 42 on the agenda for discussion at the top of the agenda.
Councillor Scott is moving that we further suspend standing orders to bring forward items 41 and 42, which is de-amalgamation risks and de-amalgamation business case. Are you proposing that they be dealt with concurrently?
No, we can deal with them as two separate items.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Smith. I'll put that. All those in favour? Councillor Howard, are you in support of that motion? Sorry, I know you don't have a lot of balance there. All those against? That has been carried. Which brings us to item 41, which has been tabled by Councillor Scott. Councillor Scott?
No, I'm happy to waive my right to speak. That motion speaks for itself. And in our briefings, we have agreed as a council to adopt the Ernst & Young report and add it to our de-amalgamation business case.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Drury. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor? Is there any discussion? Councillor Atkins. Councillor Scott, could I ask you to come to chair the meeting momentarily, please?
I simply want to make a very quick point. While I totally agree that there needs to be information about risks in the de-amalgamation business case, I think it would be preferable if it was not simply a list of those risks and the level of those risks, but that there was more information about what those risks entail and a plan for mitigating and dealing with those risks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Councillor Stamalos?
I won't be supporting the inclusion of this in the de-amalgamation business case because I think there have been a lot of public criticism, a lot of public commentary about the quality of these reports, and additionally, it hasn't received the appropriate support from local government experts, and certainly it hasn't received the appropriate level of support on a broad basis within council. It's party political, and it hasn't received the broad support for inclusion. The other thing is the report itself identifies risks using quite odd terminology, terminology such as catastrophic. I see as quite ridiculous. Similar terminology is being used there in a rather odd way about the demerger. And most importantly to me, we need to also identify the risks of staying merged. And where there are some key risks that ARICA are looking at the moment with the organisation as it is now. We haven't achieved financial objectives, financial outcomes, service performance as a result of the demerger. We have one of the highest staff turnover ratios, and any organisation would know that that is one of your biggest risks possible, and that's occurring right now over the years of the merger and is continuing right now. So we're not having a balanced case here now. So I'm saying here as a foreshadowed motion that we do not support the risk report being included in the de-amalgamation business case.
Okay, thank you for your speech against the motion. Are there any other speakers? If not, I'll put that motion to a vote. All those in favour of adopting the business case? That is 8 votes in favour. All those against? Oh, sorry. Councillor Griffiths, are you a vote in favour of adopting the risks?
Yes, but I was looking to speak.
Okay.
Yeah.
My apologies. We'll get to you next time. There is a second item on de-amalgamation. There are 9 votes in favour of adopting the risks. All those against? There are 6 votes against adopting the risks. Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item 42, the de-amalgamation business case, which I am happy to move. And I will speak briefly in favour of this motion. Just to alert my fellow councillors to the thorough work that has gone into preparing this business case and inviting them to support this out of an abundance of respect for the outcomes of the case. We have, as you know, conducted wide community consultation and a further independent survey of a representative sample of people who were asked specifically about what model of demerged council they would prefer, what service level they would like to see, and how they would like their rates adjusted to pay for it. The council was also invited to contribute through an online survey, through a letterbox flyer to the entire LGA and an online forum. The developed business case was on public exhibition for 28 days, and every comment received has been included in the final submission. Council staff have already been consulted and through their staff commission have made a submission. I thank every member of the community who participated in those additional consultation opportunities and assure them that their views have been instrumental in shaping the business case that is before us. This case represents the best opportunity to reflect the sentiments of the community, and I commend it to Council. Communications after the meeting of the results of the vote to submit this business case will be communicated through social media and in our newsletter. Is there anyone who would like to second this motion? Councillor D'Arienzo, would you like to speak to the motion? Waive your right to speak. Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor
got-
De Cruz, I have Councillor Langford.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I wish to speak against this. I think we heard from public speakers tonight that this business case is not ready to be submitted. It's not fit for purpose. Basically, it's an insult to the residents. It is a case to stay merged. It's not a case for a demerger. There's no risk mitigation strategies included in the business case. And there should be a lot more of transparency in terms of the fact that we never got the terms of reference. It's cost a lot of money, a lot of ratepayers' money to prepare this case, and really I'm very embarrassed that this is what we're delivering to the community. And I think that, I think we should really feel ashamed of it. There's no transition plan in it for returning to the former councils, which is what the poll indicated that people wanted. So I can't really see how this should be commended in any way. I think that the survey that was conducted was not independent in my view. I felt it was really push polling and it wasn't transparent. The survey script did not tell people that the state government had agreed to pay for the demerger costs, which was very misleading. So I commend people not to support this. Thank you.
I'd just like to correct one thing that you said there, Councillor Langford. The government have not committed to pay for the costs. In fact, the Mayor has written twice to the Minister asking for her to commit, and she has pointedly not committed those costs twice. So I just remind you that is the fact and you were incorrect. Councillor De Cruz.
It's the legislation. It's actually written in the legislation.
Councillor, you don't argue with me. Councillor De Cruz.
I was just curious about how this business case differs from the one that was presented to the community in which they voted on overwhelmingly to de-amalgamate. I think it's a bit disingenuous to come up with stories and ridicule our community who voted 62.5% on the basis of a business case to de-amalgamate. And really all we should be doing is preparing a case of the cost of the transition, as Councillor Langford said, to the former councils. The question was quite clear, so we don't have to discuss the model. We don't have to do a survey of 10 selected people to ask them what they think. 62.5% of the population voted, and as Councillor Langford has said, it's legislated. So, I mean, I don't know why you're asking the Minister what is already legislation. They can't dispute that. I will say that when we come up with the cost of demerging, the Boundaries Commission actually also does a cost of demerging. EY and lots of other top 5 consulting firms get lots of money out of this. And then they pick a number in between the two. So I don't think it's a problem if we have a high number. I think the amalgamation has cost quite a significant amount. Tech One has not delivered what it is expected to have delivered. It's put the community and I think officers through difficulties in dealing with the broken systems that have been in the amalgamated council. And I think it's been quite impossible for them to work in those conditions. And the community overwhelmingly said we should demerge. And and that was based on a belief that it was better to demerge now than to sort of limp along hoping that it will get better. So I think it's a bit disingenuous of council not to respect that vote and proceed in that manner. Thank you.
Clarification, you referred to the community having voted for a business case. My recollection is that there was no business case provided at that time, merely a question. What business case are you referring to?
I believe there's a whole lot of supporting document that was provided to the community about the yes case and the no case.
Not in the polling booth. Well, there was no business. The business case has been developed now.
It was leafleted to the whole community.
It was a one-page sheet, not a business case. I was just clarifying whether I whether there was a different business case you were referring to. Sorry to have interrupted. Councillor Stamoulis.
Mr Mayor, I have a foreshadowed motion that the business case be revised with community input and a local expert review and brought back to council in March 2023. There's not a lot that's going to happen now in the next couple of months. We've got Christmas, we've got New Year, we've got a state election campaign. This is not certainly going to be the priority for state government at the moment, nor many of the parliamentarians who will no doubt be moving on and new ones coming in. So we have an opportunity in terms of time to hold back and do a proper review and get some good community engagement on this, and we should take that opportunity. This is not a business. This is not a business case for demerger. It's a political exercise we're going through. Our community knows it. But we do have that opportunity to show good faith to our community. After 5.5 years of experience with the merger, our community said we do not want the Inner West Council anymore. We want the 3 councils of the Inner West back. They made that very clear in one of the biggest results in Australian history, I think, 63%, one of the biggest in Australian history. So we need to now reflect on that massive result, forget about the political machinations, and get back to our community, get back to local democracy. And I think our community will respect us greatly if local democracy wins and the party politics, which is seen all too often in this chamber, we let that go and let the community win for a change. So my foreshadowed motion is that the business case be revised with community input and local expert review and brought back to council in March 2023. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stamoulis. I'll just speak briefly in support of the primary motion. Look, really what's occurred here is that the council has played a very straight bat. Immediately after the election, when the results of the survey, of the poll were clear, I made a public commitment as mayor that we would submit a business case. We have developed that business case. The financial figures behind it have been derived independently. There has been no political interference at all. Now, I know that some councillors wish that the figures contained within that business case were different, but that's not the same thing as them having been concocted. And I want to defend the General Manager and the council officers who have undertaken that work. It's not an easy job to do, to go and procure a business case from independent experts for the abolition of the organisation which you lead. Every day there is an ongoing challenge for Peter and the other directors, the other executive members, in trying to make sure that staff feel okay about the place that they're working in, because they are concerned, and we know that the staff's position is very different to that of what was reflected in the poll. 70% of the staff don't want any more dislocation or disruption. Nonetheless, that process has taken place and it's been completely straight and above board. The consultation that's taken place with the community, I reject the assertion that the General Manager has conducted push polling. I think that's really unfair. What has occurred is that when the community is provided with some of the financial costs and the risks, that there is a change in people's attitude towards the demerger. None of that information was provided in the poll question. That doesn't mean that the poll question doesn't need to be respected. We're upholding our commitment to submit the business case, but we're not cooking the books. If I could just get a brief extension of time. Moved by Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor D'Arienzo. All those in favour, against, declare that carried. I wonder whether what some people would prefer would be that we shopped around to find a consultant who would tell us that the figure was going to be much lower than what it is. But the figure we've got from Morrison Lowe, it's not invented. It's based on the small number of previous examples of demergers, and the figures are that they estimate it will cost between 178 million and 190 million over 10 years. Now, whether you think that figure's right or not, it's perfectly legitimate for us to insist that it shouldn't be the ratepayers who pay it. And that's all we're doing. Writing to the government saying, here's the business case. There are benefits to the demerger, putting aside the financials, having more councillors more democratic representation. Not everyone will think that more politicians is a good thing, but that is a central issue that can be argued, absolutely. But to suggest that we should go looking around until we find someone who says it's going to be 10 million or 20 million and then submit that figure to the government, that's not a good process. That's not good governance. That's not good probity. And so I think I want to congratulate the staff for having undertaken a difficult task well. And for those councillors who won't be supporting putting in the business case, I ask you to develop a business case that you can support. But don't criticise from the sidelines the detailed work that has gone into developing this one without actually providing any alternative at all other than saying we want the community consulted. The community has been consulted. It's been a proper process, and it's now time to submit this to the government, who are the only entity that have the legal power to undertake a demerger. Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, and I have been, ironing about speaking on this, to be honest, but I think a few things I want to say. One thing that was not in the risk report is that I think I'm concerned that the old Ashfield LGA might be left behind. I do note that only two of the current 15 councillors, I believe, live in the old Ashfield LGA area. I'm not one of those. I live in the old Marrickville. And I think if it does pass, we need to make sure we get together and make sure the old Ashfield LGA isn't left behind, and that we have a fair deal for Ashfield. I think that would be just. The other thing, which reflecting on the campaign, now, look, I didn't put my hand up for pre-selection or put my hand up to run for council to go into a big demerger debate. That's just how things rolled out. But, you know, I think the only way of actually, you know, to not demerge at fair income is that, well, the people who are advocate for staying amalgamated need to go out and win the poll. And that didn't happen. And well, when I said to residents, when they asked me, I said, well, look, I'll respect the poll results. And when I look at this business case, I don't think that it's actually truly reflective of what was a comprehensive poll from the community saying that they wanted to demerge. And I don't think this is a fair business case to say that we're going out to bat for them to put that argument. And it's not just the financials, but like there's other arguments out there which I don't think that we fully tap into in the report around the localism, and I think it's just those are areas that we haven't concentrated on. So I do support Stimulus' foreshadowed motion to go that out, put a bit more work in to make it a business case which is genuinely for de-amalgamation.
Thanks very much, Councillor Griffiths. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Scott for a right of reply.
I'm happy to waive my right of reply.
I'll now put the Scott D'Arienzo motion. If that is defeated, we'll then consider the foreshadowed motion from Councillor Stamoulis. I'll put the Scott D'Arienzo motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That has been carried. Councillor De Cruz, are you against the primary motion? That has been carried 8 votes to 7. Okay, that brings us, I think, back to item 5, post-exhibition draft Inner West Local Infrastructure Contribution Plan. Councillor
Mr.
Drury.
Mayor. Councillor Drury.
I thought the financial statements were pulled out. Sorry, my mistake. That brings us back to item 4, draft annual financial statements. Councillor Drury.
I'd like to move the draft financial statements with an amendment as provided to the minute takers earlier. If that amendment could be, thank you so much, Catherine. To clarify, I am moving that we endorse the annual financial statements and that they be placed on public exhibition with a view to tabling the report at the next meeting, subject to the inclusion of a note in those financial statements as requested in writing by the Audit Office and adopted by and recommended to the Council by the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee that met last night, and subsequently adopted this note by circular resolution post the meeting. The note is to section A1.1 under the heading Basis of Preparation, to note that a poll has been undertaken on a potential de-amalgamation of the council. A business case has been prepared and council has passed a resolution on the 6th of December, which we just dealt with, to submit the business case to the Minister for Local Government and the Boundaries Commission for consideration and determination. It was the view of the Audit Office and the view of the Chair of ARIC and adopted by the members of ARIC that to not include a note in our financial statements as to the demerger would be inappropriate and would potentially constitute a post-balance sheet event that would affect the finances of the organisation. Therefore, this note has been recommended. And I note that Councillor Atkins was also at the meeting, and I invite her as a fellow member of ARIC to second this motion.
Which I will do.
Thanks very much, Councillor Scott. Councillor Atkins, you wish to second the motion? Do you wish to speak to it?
No.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Drury?
Yeah, look, I would also just like to note the substance of the financial statements, which is that we have a pretty pleasing net operating surplus of 20 million bucks. This is great, but lest councils start dreaming of increasing operating expenses, it's important to note that capital grants and contributions are what got us into the black. I think we should also note that our net assets are valued at $269 billion. It is a very substantial asset base we have. I think we should note that COVID cost us $12 million, which I think is a little short of the concerns we have that it might have cost us closer to 20. But COVID also played a bit of havoc on some of our local government indexes. But we would expect that all of the councils who have high own source operating revenue to be in the same situation. I think what this shows us is that we need to continue to make surpluses because we need to have money to renew our assets. We note that we've got a $20 million asset renewal backlog. I commend these figures going out to public exhibition. I look forward to the public's comments on them, and I am interested in councillors' responses when we come back.
Thanks, Councillor Drury. I note that the Audit Office representatives are in attendance tonight, and I would like to invite them to provide a verbal briefing to councillors about their audit.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr Mayor and councillors, and thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to talk to you about this year's financial statement audit of Inner West Council for the year ended 30 June 2022. Joining me this evening is my colleague, Cassie Malone, the manager responsible for the day-to-day conduct of the audit. This year marks the third consecutive year where the conditions of the pandemic have had an impact on how we conduct our audit. Management will recall that the previous two audits were conducted fully remotely with the imposition of lockdowns and associated restrictions of movement. We're now moving to a more hybrid working arrangement, mix of virtual and on-site, which means I'm able to attend this meeting with Cassie in person for the first time since 2019. I'm pleased to report that we've already issued unmodified opinions on Council special purpose statements for the Road to Recovery program, the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure program, and the application for the payment of the pensioner concession subsidy. I'm also pleased to advise that, subject to the receipt of certified statements from Council, we're intending to issue clear opinions on the Council's general purpose financial statements for the year ended 30 June 2022, and also the special schedule for permissible income. In my earlier remarks, I referenced the impact of the pandemic on our audit arrangements. A related impact has been shortages in the domestic labour market and the pressures on labour pricing. Other macroeconomic factors such as inflation, particularly the cost of construction, are also widely known. Together, these factors have impacted the value of the infrastructure, property, plant and equipment assets which are reported in Council's financial statements. So this year, Council engaged a valuer to perform comprehensive revaluations of roads, footpaths, curb and guttering, bulk earthworks, other road assets and car parks. Largely because of these cost pressures, the overall carrying value of these assets increased by 123 million or 5.1% to over 2.4 billion at 30 June 2022. So these assets are all carried at replacement cost as a measure of fair value. So cost escalations feed into their fair value. One of the benefits of a full revaluation exercise is that it provides Council with an opportunity to make sure that their asset records are complete and accurate. It's not uncommon for this process to identify missing or duplicate assets, and in Council's case, the revaluation exercise identified assets with a net fair value of around 70 million, which had not been previously recorded in Council's financial statements. So between the revaluation itself and the newly found assets, Council's infrastructure, property, plant and equipment increased by 200 million compared to last year's reported fair value balance. For other asset classes that weren't comprehensively revalued, Council, as required by Australian accounting standards, performed a fair value assessment to assess whether the carrying values still materially represented their fair value, and the conclusion was that they did. As is common, pardon me, for years when there is comprehensive revaluations, this revaluation was the most significant matter or accounting matter for this year's audit. I might also just very briefly, for Council's noting, refer to note F61 of Council's general purpose financial statements, which contain the 6 key performance ratios required by the Office of Local Government, which are audited as part of our engagement. Council met 4 out of 6 of those performance ratios in 2022, compared with 5 in 2021. The 2 ratios which did not meet the Office of Local Government benchmarks are the operating performance ratio and the rates and annual charges outstanding percentage. The operating performance ratio was impacted by a reduction in revenue from council services during the pandemic shutdown, including the decision to close aquatic centres and not to charge parking fees, while the rates and annual charges outstanding percentage was also impacted by COVID, reflecting reduced collection activity. Further details on the ratios are in the Chief Financial Officer's financial statements agenda item. In closing, I'd like to extend my thanks to management, and especially the finance team, for the assistance provided during this year's audit. We very much appreciated management's responsiveness and assistance in conducting the year's engagement.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience waiting around tonight as well. Are there any questions for the Audit Office? Councillor Stamoulis.
You mentioned that 4 of the 5 ratios had performed acceptably, but I know that a number of councillors were curious as to why the operating performance ratio probably fell negative for the very first time in many, many years, I think. Can you explain that? Thank you.
Just briefly, so there were impacts from COVID, from the pandemic, such as decision not to shut down aquatic centres and also not to pursue car parking fees. But I think the CFO has more details from that, so I might refer that to Darryl.
Thank you for that. Further questions for the Audit Office?
One further question, if I could.
Sorry, I've got Councillor Stamoulis and then Councillor De Cruz.
The COVID...
Sorry, Councillor Stamoulis, I've just got a question from Councillor De Cruz. What was that?
I think the auditor Darryl.
Okay, sorry about that. I'll put that to the CFO.
Through the Chair, the impact from COVID was $12 million, and that was due to the COVID closures. We stopped our parking meters. We shut them down, which means we didn't have any parking fine revenue. Our childcare centres were closed. We also reduced leased income with specific lessors. Aquatic centres were closed during the COVID close down.
Thanks very much for that. Councillor Stamoulis?
The COVID impact was certainly fierce in 2020 and certainly in 2021, but we didn't experience a negative operating performance ratio. So can we explain that? Thank you.
Put that question to the officers.
Through the chair, this time round was actual shutdown, whereas before it was partial shutdown. So it impacted us more. And we never got any additional revenue from the federal or state government where we got in the past.
Thank you for that. Further questions? There's no further questions. I'll go to Councillor Scott for a right of reply. That motion has been seconded by Councillor Atkins.
Happy to waive my right of reply. Thanks to all involved in preparing the statements and the audit.
So we've concluded debate, Councillor De Cruz. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? That has been carried unanimously. Thank you very much to the Audit Office for your attendance tonight and for your collaboration. Now, councillors, the only items on the agenda which have a time imperative are, by chance, all of the items which are next consecutively. So items 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 10. So let's get on with trying to deal with them. We're up to item 5, post-exhibition draft Inner West Local Infrastructure Contribution Plan.
Mayor, may I move the recommendation as printed?
Yes.
Councillors, we have an opportunity here to collect from some money from those developing in our community to improve infrastructure. Let's take that opportunity. This is a plan for the whole Inner West, which will benefit the whole Inner West. The plan will fully fund $401 million of local infrastructure over the next 14 years. Now, I've moved this with an amendment, which is coming up somewhere, is it? Okay. But we also should note that there are annual reviews of the work schedules and the contribution plan. And I'd like the first review to have a good, long, hard look at the question of using development contributions to fund water quality improvement. I get that this is hard. I actually genuinely understand what the consultants and the staff saying, but just because it's hard doesn't mean we shouldn't have a go at it. We have no other means of substantially providing for improvements to water quality, and you'll all know I love water, and I think that's really important. And water is fundamental to our survival. And look, it is difficult to attribute the costs, and the Nexus question is hard, but I think we can go away between now and the next review and see if we can actually get something in this plan to improve our water quality. I commend the plan, and you'd be really foolish to vote against it.
Thanks, Councillor Drury. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Lockie. Do you wish to speak to it? Is there any further discussion? Councillor Stamoulis?
Excuse me, Mayor. Sorry.
Just a question through to the relevant officer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I recall, 10 years ago, when houses were at least 40% and land prices were at least 40% less than what they were, a two-bedroom unit, the contribution was $20,000, and now it's $25,000. A little bit confused about the mathematics of that, but am I correct in saying there was 20,000 about 10, 12 years ago, and it's 25 now? Thanks.
Put that question to the council officers.
Through you, Chair, understand that that's correct, but there's a cap now that has been placed on the contributions that can be collected, and that's set by the Department of Planning through the state government.
Thank you for that. Councillor Griffiths?
Yeah, well, just on that, look, and I'm going to vote for the contribution plan because it's essential for us to, I guess, function and provide what we need to for the community. But the planning system is absolutely rigged, and developers should be paying a lot more and paying back to the community a lot more than what we're currently able to charge them. And what I would also say is that essential infrastructure for council that we're meant to be provide, well, the state government should be giving us funds so we can actually provide that. And I think that's the key problem here. We shouldn't be depending on these contributions. We should actually be fully funded to provide the infrastructure that our community needs.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Langford.
Thank you. Yeah, I also have an amendment. I definitely support Councillor Jury's amendment, but I also have some similar, well, kind of similar, but not quite, but more specific around water-sensitive urban design and water quality and upgrades to infrastructure associated with that. And this is specifically around our rivers and catchments and ensuring that we have the opportunity to actually use some of the money from developer contribution schemes to invest in those really important assets that the community can all benefit from. Other councils across Sydney are already doing this, and it was noted in the submissions, the public submission, that you know that this was possible. And I noticed the officers' comments that it was a bit more complex to do it. But I think that we're a leading council in Sydney, and we need to look at how we can actually achieve this. And what I've recommended is that a report be provided by staff in the next 12 months to look at how it might be possible for our council to generate those, to put that money into that, use the contribution plan money to support those vital assets. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Langford's amendment? Councillor De Cruz, do you wish to speak to it?
Question rather than asking, why are these things excluded at present from the plan?
I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, Chair. Typically, improvements to water quality and pollution reduction measures were deemed by the team to be better enabled by negotiations with Sydney Water and through planning provisions contained with other voluntary planning agreements through each development. However, we do note that it is something that has been more deeply explored in other LGAs, and we can certainly take that on board.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councillor De Cruz.
No, that's
Okay. Councillor Drury, do you wish to incorporate Councillor Langford's amendment? Okay, that's not incorporated, so we're debating the amendment. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the amendment? If not, I'll put the Langford De Cruz amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. There are 6 votes in support. All those against? There are 9 votes against. That has been defeated. We'll return to discussion of the primary motion. Are there any further amendments or anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Drury for a right of reply.
Yeah, look, thank you. And look, the planning system ain't great. I'm not going to say it's a great planning system. But this is a plan that makes the best we can with the system we've got for our community, and that makes sense. We've got a little bit of a stretch objective in there. Point forward. We're not getting prescriptive about it. We're not getting down in the weeds. We're just saying, let's go away and let's come back. Let's try and do that. The point is, the state government in 2012 imposed a cap. And that cap of $20,000 is a significant
Thank you for that. I'll now put the Drury Lockyer motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to item 6, post-exhibition planning proposal, Cypress Club. Can I ask the Deputy Mayor to take up the chair momentarily, please?
We can, excuse me, Mr Mayor, councillors, apologies for the intrusion. There's still a dozen of us sitting here waiting for your decision on only about 4 or 5 matters, and we're wondering if you would consider bringing those forward.
Sorry, I just called the meeting to order. As I mentioned previously, we've got a time imperative to adopt the items that we're dealing with at the moment. I did explain at the commencement of the meeting that we had a lot of business on, we're unlikely to get through all of that business, and that you are able to view the proceedings from home. So we're not able to suspend standing orders to bring forward those specific items at this time, and I think it's unlikely that we're going to deal with them before 11 o'clock when the meeting is due to close. If that is the case, then we will adjourn the meeting and recommence it. I will propose that we recommence the meeting next Tuesday night at the same place, in which case you will be able to attend the meeting at that time. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, may I move item 6 recommendation?
Yes, you may. Thank you, Councillor Drury. Is there a seconder for, sorry, would you like to speak to the item, Councillor Drury?
I certainly would.
Fabulous. Let's hear you.
The Cypress Club is an important part of our community. It is a great club and one of the great migrant clubs of the Inner West. And we know that those clubs and the association of those groups are partly what made the Inner West so great. They're partly of why we're here, because it's the vibrancy, it's the mixing of all different cultures that makes this a great place to live. Make no doubt about it, I want to see the Cypress Club continue to grow and thrive and succeed. It's important. However, I think where we've got to in terms of this planning proposal, the advice that our staff, our professional staff are giving us is that it needs some more work. It needs some more work. There's some more compromises that need to be made. We need to look after the residents around that club, and that's really important. And the council officers and this resolution goes to that we'll do this urgently. We understand the situation of the club, and we will crack on with this work with the utmost of urgency and do everything within our power to see if the right compromises can be made for a great future for this club and for the residents who live around it. I commend this motion to all of you.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. Is there a seconder for the motion?
Yep.
Councillor Atkins, would you like to speak to the motion?
Very briefly, simply to echo what Councillor Drury has said, and to note that a lot of the people we heard from tonight are closely affected by the proposal, and by supporting this recommendation, we enable the concerns of those residents to be properly taken into account. But we also, I agree with Councillor Drury, we also want to see this dealt with expeditiously and for the club's sake as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? You don't wish to speak against the motion?
No,
You
I just wish
speak
to ask a
for-
question through you to the officers, please.
Go right ahead, Councillor Lucky.
Thank you. I was wondering, the question I have is just because we had concerns raised by residents in respect to traffic and building heights, and officers did provide Councillor Atkins and I with some comprehensive information on that. I wonder if you could speak briefly to how those concerns will be addressed as part of this.
Thank you. I'll ask the officers to respond.
Through you, Chair, thank you very much. Yes, we did put together some general additional information which going forward we'll be able to reformat to provide in more detail. In my recollection is that the concern in particular was around the height. The LEP sets, or the planning proposal sets the LEP. The planning proposal sets the height of the proposed building going forward at 21 metres, which will, with the DCP going forward, will provide the controls that will enable the setbacks to ensure that the overshadowing and any other amenity impacts to the neighbours can be more reasonably dealt with, and also bearing in mind that that height must include additional roof structures such as lift overruns and any other structures that might sit upon the roof. Was that sufficient to address the issue around height?
I think so for this purpose, understanding that we will have further information we can share with residents over the next couple of days, and also just in terms of the traffic and how we will intend to deal with that.
Primarily, the issue around traffic will be dealt with by a requirement that any future proposal will be required to provide significant additional information around traffic. It's acknowledged that there is some significant traffic constraints, and those have been identified in the proposal, in the report that we've put forward on page 345, which specifies how each of those additional roads and laneways should be treated.
Thank you, Director of Planning. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put that motion to a vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried unanimously.
Deputy Mayor, I wish to move the officer's recommendation on item 7.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor D'Arienzo. Councillor Drury, do you wish to speak to your motion?
The report is crystal clear. I believe we can vote.
Councillor D'Arienzo, wave your right. Would anyone like to speak against the motion? If there's no debate, I'll put that motion to a vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously.
Deputy Mayor, I wish to move the officer's recommendation in relation to item 8.
Thank you, Councillor Drury. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
Once again, crystal clear. I think we've got all the information available to vote.
Excellent. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor D'Arienzo, do you wish to speak? Wave your right. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put that to a vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously. Hand back to the Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Item 8.
Item 9.
Too fast. Item 9, public domain master plans.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor D'Arienzo.
I'd like to, yes. I'd like to move the officer's recommendations.
Thank you for that. Is there a seconder for that motion? Yeah. Seconded by Councillor Lockie. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor D'Arienzo?
Only very briefly to say thank you very much to the staff for bringing forward this work. I'm really proud of the work that this council is doing to invest in our town centres, giving them some much needed TLC and enlivening our main streets. Last month we identified a range of short and medium term projects for our main streets, and you can see the benefits of that if you've attended Summerhill Plaza recently. It's looking fabulous. I am very much looking forward to the next stage of the master planning with the additional 5 public domain areas, and look forward to receiving those further reports. Thank you.
Is there any discussion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. King George Park Plan of Management. Happy to move that recommendation. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Shetty. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Tree Management Development Control Plan 2022.
Chair, I have an amendment to move to that item,
Councillor Smith.
which has been provided to the minute taker, which I'll just wait to get on screen. Thank you. So I move that we defer adoption of this report to the March meeting in order to receive a council workshop on the criteria for applications in the draft DCP in comparison to the existing DCP, including an explanation of the assessments referenced in the draft DCP criteria and a plan for appropriate compliance activities, including a compliance certificate system and other activities to ensure planting of replacement trees. I do want to again thank the staff for their work on this. I know it's a significant body of work, and I hope that deferral is not seen as ignorant of the amount of work that has gone into it. But I do want to note not only the concerns that have been raised by members of the community who have spoken here tonight about the draft tree DCP, but also by speaking with other councillors, myself included. It's really important that councillors can make an informed and considered decision on whether or not to adopt the draft DCP in its current form. And I think particularly one of the key areas of consideration is around the criteria for applications. And as residents here have spoken to tonight and have emailed me, and I'm sure have emailed other councillors, it's important that residents know what criteria needs to be met in order to have a tree removal approved. At the moment, I don't think that that's entirely clear in the draft DCP, how it differs from the current DCP. I note that at I believe it was our September meeting, at our previous meeting, we did request that a summary of the differences in those criteria be provided and explained to councillors. That was only provided last week. And I don't believe that councillors have been given enough time or enough information to fully understand that or its implications, particularly around assessment, particularly around cost. Residents would know this can be a really arduous and expensive process. And so I want to make sure that when we agree to adopt the new tree DCP, that we do so with a clear understanding of that. And so that's the essence of what this motion calls for. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, is there a seconder for that motion?
No.
Seconded by Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it?
Waived.
Okay. Councillor Lockie?
Yeah, look, I appreciate Councillor Smith's request for a deferral, and normally I'm very on board with supporting deferrals for seek more information, which is certainly why I did that last month when we considered it. However, in this case, I don't support it, only because we've had literal months to consider this, and for those of us who are on the last council, this has been very top of mind for years. We've had multiple reports and briefings and workshops for asking questions, proposing changes. Our community has been consulted multiple times on this, notwithstanding that there are still concerns about some of that, but that we have gone out on it quite a lot. Most concerning for me is that we've had analysis that shows that we lost over 900 trees and 20 hectares of canopy from private land in the first year alone that the current DCP was active. We have staff that have told us they are unable to manage the sheer amount of applications for tree removals that this DCP has generated, let alone carry out the compliance actions we had in mind to see if those replacements are being planted. And we've also been told that this application process in itself is in fact illegal. I think our staff have done a huge amount of work to bring us a revised DCP that works to address these issues, while also still allowing a far higher level of exemptions and flexibility to residents than other inner city councils do. For example, we're the only council named in the report that would still have a distance exemption under this DCP, which I'm not particularly happy about, but I recognise that reducing that exemption from 2 metres to 1 metre would help meet some community expectations in this regard. So I would move as a foreshadowed motion, the officer's recommendation with a couple of amendments that I've circulated to the minute keeper earlier in regard to compliance and reporting, which I'd be happy to speak to if it came up.
That I note that Councillor Scott is the seconder for the primary motion, if that could be recorded in the minutes, please. And we can deal with the foreshadowed motion from Councillor Lockie if the primary motion is defeated. Further discussion. Councillor Griffiths and Councillor Stamalos.
Yeah, well, I also want to speak against deferring this motion, as it has been years ongoing. And, you know, the current tree policy, Labor's tree policy, passed from last term, well, the canopy loss that Councillor Lockyer was referring to, 4 hectares of our canopy loss was in Dulwich Hill. That's massive. That's catastrophic, I would say. And, you know, Ashfield, Summerhill, respectively lost 3 and 1.6 hectares was the reported figures in that first year. This can't go on. We need to move forward to a more reasonable tree policy, and now's the time. Let's stop delaying it and let's pass something that actually works.
I'll be supporting the motion here by Councillor Smith. I think it's asking for some more detailed information. I'm always supportive of getting factual information and stripping the politics out and getting some factual information. But I do think there was an agreement at the previous meeting that we'd also get some data, and I'm hoping that that's holding true for this briefing as well, that we were doing a canopy study. We'd be getting additional feedback on that canopy study. Very important for councillors to be equipped with that information, as well as some data there that the previous council had on applications, approved applications, withdrawn applications, I think, which is essential. And yes, you know, we did get some data there which said that there was a small canopy loss over the 1 year, I think it was, or 18 months of the during the previous term of council. And Councillor Griffiths is correct to say that 63% of that loss occurred in the Ashfield ward. Now, no statistician would believe it, but of course, that's what the figure was, 63%. Now, Ashfield must have been operating a timber industry there for about 18 months, because I find that sort of data unfathomable, but that's what council came up with. I did, of course, put a request to council asking for detail on that 63% loss in the Ashfield ward, and I assume that's being done. That was put about 2 years ago. I think there might have been a problem with that result for the Ashfield ward, but certainly let's get some good data and let's get some good explanations to councillors about how this system works, so that we have a great system for to implement for our public. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stamalis. Is there any further discussion? If not,
I've got
Councillor
something.
De Cruz.
Yeah, look, Councillor Lockie's convinced me that we should really adopt this and move on. Certainly the tree DCP has been very destructive. It's illegal, and we cannot delay and delay and delay, because there was supposed to be a workshop, and I'm a bit concerned that just saying we're going to have a workshop endlessly is problematic. Why we couldn't address whatever the issues are that are outstanding. And I mean, I agree with Councillor Lockie that we should reduce it to the 0, and in fact 0.5 at a stretch, because 1 metre is still too much. And now that we've reduced the height of the trees as well, I don't think 1 metre is what it should be. But nonetheless, I'm happy to go with a deferral, and I don't think I will be supporting a deferral at this time. I'd prefer to adopt the policy as it is now. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Question through you to the officers.
Yeah.
Is the current DCP lawful?
Put the question to the council officers.
Strictly speaking, one is not able to predetermine an application without having a review. So that does put the case in some difficulty to remove a tree purely by way of distance from a structure.
Thank you for that. I'll just make a few very brief comments. I too have been involved in this process for a long time, and one of the things I've learnt is that when you adopt a DCP for trees, you've got to get it right. And the truth is that the wording that's proposed in the criteria is not written in plain English language. And it's, as I've seen nodding from the residents who are sitting here at 11 o'clock at night in the gallery, when you write planning controls that can't easily be understood by the community, what that results in is a lot of frustration and anger, and a lot more correspondence coming to local ward councillors asking for their intervention in the process. As you know, we are legally removed from the process, but the bit that we do have control over is the DCP itself and the criteria for replacement of a tree. The council has already resolved that we will adopt the recommendation from officers in regards to the 2 metre rule. So that hasn't been implemented as yet, but that has been agreed to. What we didn't resolve was to completely rewrite the criteria. But in the proposed policy, that's what's occurred. The criteria are completely changed from the 2020 policy. And what we're seeking to do is to understand what's been removed and what's been included. For example, most of the references to the waiting for safety and the damage that a tree might be doing to a property, or the danger that it could pose through loss of limbs to human safety, that's been removed altogether. There's a range of other criteria that have been changed dramatically. So I think it's reasonable to say, let's make sure we get this right. We haven't had a briefing session on those criteria at all. And we've already agreed unanimously that we will adhere to removing the 2 metre rule, but let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater and get the criteria completely wrong as well. There's got to be some balance in that, and the way to do that is to ensure everybody's completely informed about what the criteria are. So I'm very much in support of Councillor Smith's resolution. There's no further discussion. I'll go to Councillor Smith for a right of reply.
Yeah, briefly, I would just make the point, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a single resident across the Inner West who doesn't love trees and doesn't want to see more trees and protect trees. But what we are talking about, and what the residents tonight have said far more eloquently than I ever could, is when trees start to damage property and present real risk to lives and safety. And as I said, I've gotten plenty of those emails. I'm sure all my fellow councillors have gotten plenty of those emails. We need to make sure that there is a clear process, clear criteria for residents to be able to know, what can I do to remove a tree that is damaging my property and presenting a real risk to my life or other people's lives? We need to understand that. They need to understand that. And we need to know what that process entails. So that's the essence of this motion. It's not seeking to defer indefinitely. It's not a reflection of lack of importance of this issue. It's in fact a reflection of just how critical it is to get this right for residents, the community and the environment.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear, Councillor Smith.
Okay, I'll now put the motion, moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Scott. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried, with Councillor Stamoulis in support. Now, councillors, I'm glad that you're pleased by that. It's 10:56. The meeting is due to conclude under the Code of Meeting Practice at 11 p.m. I propose that we not extend time and that instead we adjourn the meeting, close the meeting.
Can't you hear Mayor?
Close the meeting and defer the remaining items to be considered at another ordinary council meeting to be held next Tuesday. Is there anyone who's got an objection to that? Okay. I'm not asking for speakers to the motion.
No, are you
So I will-
adjourning? Why aren't you adjourning?
If you adjourn, then the items that have been adopted aren't made official, so you can't action them. So I'm proposing that we close the meeting, and I'll put this as a motion, with the remaining items on the agenda to be tabled now is it an ordinary and extraordinary council meeting? At an extraordinary council meeting next Tuesday. Is there at the same place and location? Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Scott. I'll put that. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. I'll declare the meeting closed.